All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 121. Thank you guys so much for being here and waiting patiently as the credits roll in the intro. Give people time to kind of file in and, hang out a little bit, chat amongst one another. Always gives me a little bit of extra time to get everything set up. By the way, how is the microphone quality? How is the audio quality? Yeah, floor reveal. Yeah, I know, man. It's crazy, right? But let me know how the audio quality is because it was being a little weird when I first reconnected the mic. So just looking to see how that is. Hopefully you enjoy the new format. I know I've been changing things up a lot lately, but I think I've settled on this. I think I've settled on this this new format I have here. I like it. I think it's pretty clean. It's concise. Got my channel members on one side. Got the podcast logo. That's the thing. Previously, when I would be doing streams like this, and I would have the entire screen taken up, I realized I don't have the logo anywhere. Yeah, camera's a little high. It is. Yeah, it is a little high. I might have to try to sit back a little bit more. Hopefully that helps it out. But it's the monitor I'm using. I can't I can't really adjust it anymore. I put it I put it in the best possible spot I could. So we'll just settle on this for now. But yeah, once again, thank you guys for being here. We have quite a bit actually to discuss in this episode of the podcast. I already have a couple of super chats, already have a new member, which is awesome. Appreciate the support you guys continue to show on a weekly basis. And I'm going to shout you guys out in just a moment. Sorry, I'm just adjusting the microphone a little bit here. I have a bit of a new setup, so I'm trying to get everything sorted here. You always think before you go live, you spend all this time, everything's perfect. And then as you go live, it's actually there are a few more things that need some adjusting. But yeah, let me give you guys a quick rundown of some of the topics that we are going to be discussing and talking about over the course of this podcast episode. So I want to talk a little bit about God of War. Apparently there are some leaks that are making their way out, which we talked about and we were anticipating. I'm not going to talk about those leaks. Frankly, I don't even know what they are, but I just know that it's beginning to happen. I'm not sure if it's anything major. It doesn't seem like it is. I want to talk about that. I also just want to talk about the general feeling that we have right now for God of War Ragnarok. Are we feeling really hyped? Are we feeling not so hyped? I've seen a lot of divisive takes, I guess you could say, where it seems like not as many people are excited for God of War as you might think, at least, just based off a couple of comments. I don't know that actually means anything, but we'll talk about it nonetheless. We're going to talk about Microsoft essentially calling out Sony. This was a big topic of discussion throughout the week. I didn't want to discuss it because I knew that there was a lot to unpack. Microsoft actually did have a lot to say, and I figured I would just save it for the podcast. So we'll discuss that here. We'll talk all about that. I don't think it revolves so much around Call of Duty, but it just has to do with some of Sony's business practices and Microsoft kind of shining a light on them and trying to make them seem a certain way. So we'll talk all about that. I'm going to talk more about my thoughts on playing through God of War 1 because I have made good progress. I think I would assume I'm close to completing the game. So I'll talk more about that. And we may actually talk a little bit about PlayStation Plus Premium as well because, Sony, for some reason, isn't providing any more classics. At least not for this month, which is leaving people feeling pretty disappointed. We're going to talk about Gamescom and how Jeff Keighley is really beginning to hype this event up, but I don't know that I'm so much worried about that because that's kind of part of his job to do that. But a lot of people are now beginning to think that Hideo Kojima is going to show up to some capacity at Gamescom. He seems to be editing a new trailer. So I figured we could have a discussion about that, as well as Gamescom, and just talk about our expectations. We're going to talk about Forspoken causing some backlash and getting memed on all over the internet. I definitely have some thoughts on that. We're going to talk a little bit about Spider-Man releasing on PC, because I think there's something interesting going on here based off of some data that I want to discuss and just kind of give my thoughts on and my opinion on, and just see what you guys think as well. So we'll talk a bit about that. And finally, if we have enough time, which I'm sure we will, we're going to talk a little bit about PT and the fact it's, been 8 years now, and we actually have the person who was responsible for contacting Sony and requesting to take PT down and tell them that nobody can download it anymore. And they provided some insight, which is always fascinating, because when stuff like that happens, you always kind of wonder like what's going on behind the scenes. And when enough time passes, people, leave their jobs and whatnot, they can kind of talk about it a little bit. So that's some of the stuff we're going to discuss over the course of this podcast episode. But before I dive into the first topic, I do want to give you guys a couple ways you can help continue to support me on the channel here and what I do. As I always say, you just being here, watching the streams, watching the podcast, interacting with the podcast, watching my regular video content, that is the most important thing. Obviously, that's why I do what I do here on YouTube, to get some viewership, to build a community that enjoys viewing the content I create. So continue to do that. Hit the like button. For those who are here right now, please hit the like button to help this podcast out. It basically notifies YouTube's algorithm that you appreciate this content, that you enjoy it, and it helps push it out to new people who may not be aware of it, so we can grow the community. So hit that like button. And even if you're watching after the fact and it's not live, still, it does help. And some other ways you can help contribute, if you want to go above and beyond, you can become a channel member. And I do want to let you guys know that I did update my membership tiers a little bit. I did add a new tier. I don't know how many people are going to want to support me at that tier. It's the highest tier available. I'm calling it Foundational Support. I added this tier. Again, it's for those who just truly want to continue to support what I do here. And if you really appreciate my channel, if you really appreciate my content, and you look forward to it, and you just kind of want to be, I guess, as I said, that foundational support, feel free to check that out. You will get a exclusive shout out on every video and the podcast. But obviously, I'm extremely grateful for all of my members. You guys, as I say, are the backbone of the channel. I literally couldn't do what I do here without you guys. And I did open a members-only Discord. That's something that a lot of my channel members were asking as well. So if that's something that interests you, or even if you are a current member and maybe aren't aware that I opened that Discord, you will find the link to that in the community tab. So feel free to check that out. And finally, other ways you can support me. This is the final major way. You can donate a super chat, as a few people have already done here, which I'm going to read in just a moment. And so, yeah, thank you guys for allowing me to do what I do here. Really means a lot. Before I read these super chats, actually, I'm going to increase the brightness. You might see some camera shake. I have to increase the brightness of my monitor a little bit. All right, I think that's good. Helps me read a little bit easier. Okay, so before I dive into the first topic, I have a couple super chats here. First, we have Pragmaticat with 2 super chats. The first one, he says, to be or not to be, that is the question. I have decided not to be a game collector, but become a video game art book collector. Interesting. I wasn't sure where that was going. I really wasn't. But, I got to tell you, Pragmaticat, I don't collect art books. Actually, the only thing at this point that I actually collect, other than hats, is PS5 games, physical PS5 games. I know the appeal, like I can see the appeal of an art book, but I don't think I've ever actually bought one. So maybe I should look into that though. Maybe that is something I would enjoy more than I think I would. Um, there was a point in time where I tried to collect like Blu-rays, but that became way overwhelming, and I'm like, I can't do that. And I even sometimes with collecting PS5 games, I feel kind of like there's just too many. But I try to just collect the ones that I really care about. So let me know how that collection goes. And Pragmatic Cat continuing here, saying the point here is not to leave merchandise unopened. Quite the opposite. Much larger and much more visually stunning, even closed or semi-open. Well, thank you for that, Pragmatic Cat. I'm sure that is some good advice for any collectors here. So I appreciate the super chats, my friend. We have New Soul 9 with a generous $20 donation, saying, "Hey MBG, do you believe that Phil is not only forcing Game Pass on PlayStation, but also forcing Sony to change their business model as well? Because that's what I'm seeing, and companies need to adapt before it's too late." That's actually a really, really great question, New Soul 9, and I'll answer it. I'll give a little bit of my thoughts right now, but I'm going to also hold back because that I think is actually a really important aspect of what we're going to talk about in one of the upcoming topics. But I do think you are correct in kind of analyzing the situation from an overhead view and kind of seeing that, yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. Microsoft created a new business model that has never really been attempted in this way in the games industry, and they're putting everything behind it. And in doing that, they are shaking things up, as we've talked about many times before. And so it does kind of put Sony in particular, not so much Nintendo, but Sony in particular, into a weird position because Sony has a choice, considering they are in competition mainly with Microsoft. Not so much, to a degree they are in competition with Nintendo for sure, but I think we all kind of agree that Microsoft really is the force to be reckoned with when it comes to Sony and PlayStation. They are potentially the biggest threat. And I do think that the game that Phil Spencer's playing right now, it certainly is a game of chess. And it's not that it's necessarily forceful. It's that it's, Phil said, look, this is what we're going to do to grow the Xbox brand, to make Xbox successful. And in doing that, it wasn't easy. It still isn't easy, obviously, for them, but it requires a lot of money and it requires a lot of faith in that this is going to have to work. And it's been a couple years. It's been more than a couple years, actually. And it's slowly but surely working to a degree. And I think all you have to do is just kind of look around and see how prevalent Game Pass is and how fondly people look at it, most people, as a good deal. And the reason why I'm saying this is because it's not that it's forcing anything on PlayStation, but what it is doing is it is making PlayStation have to acknowledge it, and PlayStation has to potentially be ready, as you can see with what they're doing with PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, to adjust and adapt. And I think something else you are alluding to here is this idea, this notion, which I will dive deeper into, that Phil Spencer would love. Obviously he would love it, but he's almost trying to position it in a way where, Sony, come on now. Let's get that Game Pass on PlayStation. What's the holdup? I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later, but thank you. I think that was a great question, New Soul 9. I really appreciate the super chat. And we have quite a few new members here. So I'm going to shout out these new members. We have Slimathy. Okay, yeah, Slimathy. Thank you for choosing to become a member, my friend. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. We have Mark Lovin, also another new member. Welcome. We have Press Alpha. Welcome aboard. We have Subtext or Subtxt. Greatness Awaits. So thank you guys. I really appreciate that. I hope you look forward to Some of the exclusive perks you get access to, and as I said, foundation of the channel here. Really appreciate the support. We have 18 May with a $5 super chat saying, MBG, thoughts on Nintendo announcing a Link's Crossbow Training HD remake? Well, 18 May, I'm going to be real with you right now. I don't really have many thoughts. I'm not really a Nintendo player. I haven't really gotten deep into Nintendo. It's been many, many years. So to be honest, I don't really know what to think of that other than I guess it's nice. I don't know. Like, is that a game that people look at fondly? Is that a game that people despise? Is it just is it because it's an HD remake? You know, people are like, is this necessary? You know, I don't follow Nintendo that closely, and that's because I feel like with Nintendo, you know what you're going to get. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that for me, it's because Nintendo is very much, you know what you're going to get. I'm good. You know, like I'm not so much, I know I'm not that interested in it. But you know, maybe at some point, it's doubtful. I'm going to be honest. It's doubtful, but I could see myself, like, I've played the Switch a couple times, of course. You know, I've played some Nintendo games and dabbled in them here and there. But like I said, I never got deep into it. And so maybe at some point I will, but Nintendo just doesn't speak to me that way anymore. So that's pretty much all I can say, 18 May. We have Sir Speaks a Lot, member for 26 months. Play has no limits. Thank you, man. You're saying, why has no one told me about the Steam Deck? I didn't know it was a thing. Do you know how long I could play Honey Pop for if I had it? I trusted you guys. You played me like a damn fiddle. I'm going to be honest, Sir Speaks a Lot. That's pretty surprising that you didn't know about the Steam Deck. Like, I feel like you would have to be living under a rock a little bit to not know about the Steam Deck, but that's okay. That's okay. Clearly, you're in your feelings a little bit right now, so you know we'll take the blame for now. But hey, now you know. So I don't know. I think the Steam Deck, if I'm not mistaken, is still pretty hard to come by. Right? Am I correct in that? I haven't purchased one. I don't go out nearly enough to justify a handheld of any kind. But I feel like as Sony begins to bring more of their games to Steam, and they are Steam Deck, you know, certified, it might be something in the future that I end up maybe picking up. But I do hear from some people how they're still kind of waiting to get theirs shipped out and to be able to order one. I know that the new Spider-Man PC port, I know that is playable on the Steam Deck, and a lot of people were really happy about that. And that's just so interesting to me. It's so weird that, you know, Sony at one point, you know, they're making a PSP, sells amazingly well. They're supporting it. They make the PS Vita, and of course the Vita wasn't as successful, but that was probably because Sony just really didn't support it the way they should. And then you see today with, you know, speaking of Nintendo, just seeing the success that they find still today. Like, it just continues. It's not stopping with the Switch. Granted, I would never want Sony to make a hybrid console. Personally, I would never want Sony to make a hybrid handheld. I wouldn't want that. But it is interesting to me that Sony essentially is just like, you know, we're gonna just give up this particular market. But then again, you know, you do take into consideration PlayStation VR 2, right? You take into consideration PlayStation VR 2, the fact that they're embracing PC now. You know, we don't want to see Sony stretch themselves too thin, but I know that there are a lot of PlayStation fans who are just really holding out hope that Sony brings them the goods with another proper handheld. The PSP 2, the PS Vita 2, whatever you want to call it. PS5 portable, who cares? So thank you for that, Sir Speaks a Lot. And then we have Orange becoming a new member. This is awesome. I really appreciate this, guys. Thank you so much. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. look forward to your exclusive perks, my friend. And actually, this does remind me before I continue here. This was something I meant to mention in a video, and I'll try to remember to do so, but I'm thinking of it now. YouTube now does allow gifting memberships. So for those who are not aware, you actually have to turn on the setting. You have to manually opt in to being allowed to be gifted memberships. I don't know how many people are unaware of this. I assume that quite a few people don't know about this yet, but pretty much what I'm trying to tell you is if you want to be able to be gifted memberships on my channel or any other channel that you want to support, you have to actually go into the membership tab and you have to click the settings or the 3-dot drop down, whatever, and turn that on to basically say that you want to be able to be gifted memberships on this specific channel. I feel like that's something that hasn't been made very clear, and so just wanted to let everybody know about that. We have another super chat from Pragmatic Hat. You're saying, MBG, I think you'll appreciate the Metal Gear reference in Stray. That's awesome. I didn't even know. Dude, I didn't know there was a Metal Gear reference in Stray. But that's awesome. It makes me wonder how many other references there are. Yeah, Stray, I haven't played yet. I'm waiting on the physical version. But I'm excited for it. I've heard just such good things about Stray, and I really like what I'm seeing of it. So I'm looking forward to it. Dude, I love when there's Metal Gear references. I mean, I've discovered Metal Gear references in places I never thought I would, and it's always nice to see that, because I feel like the Metal Gear Solid series, it really has had a pretty big impact on pop culture to a degree. And we have New Soul 9 again. You're saying, MBG, by any chance, have you ordered the Steam Deck? Are you going to do a review? No, I haven't ordered one. Not yet. If I do order one, it'll be sometime in the future. And I really just want to wait to see if Sony's actually going to do a handheld this generation or not. If it becomes clear that Sony's just not doing a handheld this generation or potentially ever again, I probably will get one at some point. Hopefully maybe I'll wait till like the next iteration of the Steam Deck, because they're going to refine it. They're going to improve it. And by that time, Sony will likely have a lot more games on PC. Or if Sony actually does do day and date, and specifically with their multiplayer live service games, if Sony does day and date with PC and Steam, and they're like Steam Deck verified or certified, yeah, I might at that point. I might pick one up. Okay, with that being said, though, I'm going to do a quick shout out for my members, and then I'm going to dive right into the first topic. So we have the Play Has No Limits Plus tier. Big shout out to Junior Jackson, Josh Z, Agile Ice 24, Skin Tight Salmon, RU46 N2 Ray, Whiskey Gaming, Pragmatic Hat, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, Nakamichi, D Luffy, Big Norman 0518. Thank you guys. And then we have Play Has No Limits, the second highest membership tier. Shout out to Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Michael McCann, Lady K, Black Waifus, Kevin Kahan, John Renzi, Zanarkan Blitzer, JDTV, Sir Speaks a Lot, Ashorty Faye, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, Black Manta 1989, and Brandon Chad Perez. Again, really appreciate the month-to-month support, guys. People going above and beyond to help me out here. Really appreciate it. Orange, don't worry. I acknowledged your membership, buddy. No worries there. Okay, so diving into the first topic, I want to talk a little bit about God of War. And more specifically, I want to kind of have a conversation surrounding just the excitement levels for God of War and the way Sony has been handling this game. Because there's a few things that I've noticed. Obviously, I've noticed what most everybody else has, which is Sony is playing it very, very, very close to the chest. Almost to a strange degree where I could be remembering incorrectly, but I feel like if you go back to the PlayStation 4 generation with a lot of these bigger PlayStation exclusives, I feel like Sony did I don't know if I want to say a much better job, because it's hard to determine how well these games are doing. But at least from a fan perspective, from a marketing perspective, it just seems like Sony really cared a lot more about making sure that people were aware of these games. That you couldn't go like more than a couple weeks without something coming out, right? And I feel like that's just not what Sony's doing anymore. And they're not doing it with God of War. And I don't know that it means they're not going to do anything with God of War, because that wouldn't make any sense at all. Like, I have seen some people talk about God of War, and they basically make it sound like, oh, I guess Sony's just not going to talk about it. They're not going to hype it up. They're not going to show more of it. They're not going to, they're not going to do any of that. But I don't think that's the case. Thank you, Sir Speaks a Lot. I see you testing out the membership gifting. You gifted one membership to Sergeant. Was that Sergeant 12? Thank you, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, right now, the way I'll tell you how I feel about God of War. I feel really good about it. And I don't necessarily feel bad about the game, right? Like, I'm not sitting here assuming that, well, Sony's being very quiet about God of War. They're not showing much of it. They're seemingly holding things back. The communication has been almost non-existent. It doesn't make me feel like, I guess we should be worried about the game, and we should assume that something's not going to live up, or they're trying to hide something. I don't feel that way at all. And that's what makes this situation strange to me, because the only thing that I'm not feeling great about is the fact that Sony is seemingly okay with doing it this way. And I seriously wonder to myself, like, did Sony fire their previous marketing team? Did they fire everybody on their marketing team for the PS4 generation with the PS4 exclusives, and with the PS5 generation, are like, we're going to hire a new marketing team and we're going to just let them do different things? Because I don't know. I think people misunderstand sometimes what I'm trying to convey here. I'm not conveying that I want them to rush things. Not at all. I don't want to hear about God of War Ragnarok on a weekly basis, or even a bi-weekly basis, right? I don't want them to feel like they have to create vertical slices constantly and put all this development time in that just to show us the game and keep us hyped. It doesn't have to come in that form. It doesn't have to be a new trailer once a month or anything like that. I just feel like being willing to talk a little bit more about some aspects of the game. Because that's the thing right now, is I feel like we have been given so little information about God of War Ragnarok. And it's been so quiet for so long that it's like, I genuinely wonder if there are some people that are unaware or forgetting that this game is set to launch by the end of this year. Now, I will admit that I am seeing an influx of comments on my channel and in other areas of the internet. And what I do understand is that a few comments from people, a few upvoted comments from people, a few tweets or replies that kind of rise to the top, they're not necessarily representative of the bigger picture. It can seem that way sometimes, but they're not. But still, even with that understanding, I can't help but notice that there's just not the type of excitement surrounding God of War that there was for God of War, or for God of War Ragnarok, that there was surrounding God of War 2018. And that's just the reality. And I feel like that's not the player's fault. I don't feel like that's our fault. I honestly feel like that's Sony's fault. And maybe it doesn't matter. And I feel like that's like something we also have to acknowledge. Colby Watson, thank you for the super chat, my friend. You're saying there's this weird thing with God of War Ragnarok where I love the first game. I will buy God of War Ragnarok day one, but for some reason, I'm not that hyped. Marketing, maybe. Well, that's the thing, Colby. And I think that sentiment right there is one that a lot of people can get behind, and they feel that exact same way, where it's like they just don't have the same feeling. It's like the excitement is not nearly as palpable. And you say maybe it's marketing. I mean, it has to be, right? Because that's the thing, is like the last time we saw God of War, I mean, the game itself, not like a CG trailer, not an unboxing of the collector's edition. I mean, the actual game, well, technically it wasn't 2021. The last time we saw it was when they announced the accessibility settings, and they showed like, I'm not even exaggerating here, they showed like a 3-second clip of Kratos approaching a door and seeing a prompt. That's what they showed. And to me, this isn't like, that's insane. That's insane to me that this game was announced in September of 2020. It was slated for 2021, and it obviously got delayed to 2022. Nobody was surprised by that. But what was surprising is they showed, it was a nice trailer, and it was a trailer with meat on its bones, for sure. The trailer we got at the September 2021 PlayStation Showcase, but since then, we have seen nothing of this game. And that's kind of mind-blowing to me. Now, before I continue, let me get Kevin Reavers with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. You're saying, where is this coming from? Publishers are moving out of the way. Sony is putting its head down and trying to make sure it's the console seller it is. Plus, you're talking about a pre-hype era. Well, see, that's why I wanted to read your super chat, Kevin, before I dived into the other angle here. Because the thing is, I feel as though I'm just acknowledging the elephant in the room right now. You're asking me, where's this coming from? It's not coming from me. It's not, because if you listen to me talk about God of War in any of the videos I talk about or I create when I'm talking about the title, if you've listened to anything I've said about God of War Ragnarok up until this point, you'll know that it's not coming from me. I'm excited. I cannot wait to play this game, and I have the utmost confidence in this game. And it's not blind confidence. I just have faith that it's going to, at the very least, be as good and as enjoyable as God of War 2018 in most ways. And if it can do that, I'm more than satisfied. I know that there are some people who say, dude, you can't do that. You can't do that. Right? We've seen what happens when you assume, and I understand that I could be burned, but I can't help it. I have that confidence in God of War Ragnarok that I'm going to really enjoy it, and it's going to be an amazing experience, and one that I consider just as good in many ways, maybe better, depending on really what they end up achieving, than God of War 2018. So I don't want to say it's coming from me, but where I notice it's coming from, it just seems to be that it's coming from the restless internet. And I think that there are millions of people, potentially millions, that aren't thinking about this game in any way other than, yeah, I'm going to pick it up when it comes out. And I want to acknowledge that here. Because, Kevin, what you're saying is Sony's just putting their head down, and I agree. And that's the thing here, is it's when people talk about Sony being quiet, when people talk about Santa Monica Studio being quiet, I think that sometimes there's this perception, and it's understandable that being on the outside looking in, or not even looking in, let's just say being on the outside, not even being able to look in, it is understandable that this perception of they're just doing nothing. They're just sitting on it. They're just waiting. It's understandable that some people would assume that maybe that's what's happening, but that's not what's going on behind the scenes. What is happening is I mean, let's be real right now. Santa Monica Studio is likely crunching to some degree. Probably not in an unhealthy, toxic way, but crunching nonetheless, having to work very hard to get this game where it needs to be come launch day. This is like the most critical time in a game's development cycle, right? It is. I see somebody asking, what's the shirt? It's a Red Hot Chili Pepper shirt. I don't know. Maybe I should go over here. I don't know if you can see it. My mic's kind of in the way. But yeah. But right now, it is the most critical time where... Oh, and here comes my cat. It's the most critical time for God of War development. I just want to say real quick before continuing, and here she is. I have my other chair behind me here. It's kind of standing out a little bit. I put it there purposely and I angled it that way because a lot of times my cats like to just lay up there, and I know you guys appreciate my cats and anytime they come on screen. So I put it there purposely. Hopefully one of them will kind of chill up there and hang out with us. Just wanted to point that out. But yeah, I think people tend to get a little bit confused. I'm sorry, Leia. Let's say bye. Let's say bye to everybody because I gotta put you down. It's too cramped up here for now. All right. I swear, my cats. You want to talk about being derailed? It's my cats, bro. Every time I'm in like my concentration, my deepest concentration, my deepest focus, they just come over and they're like, "What's up?" But getting back on track. Sony is not just sitting there, right? They're not just sitting there saying, we'll just wait. They're working very hard behind the scenes. And what I will say is that Sony is well aware. Santa Monica Studio, everybody is well aware that this game has a lot of pressure on it and it has a lot of expectation. And gamers are very critical, right? Gamers are very critical. Sony's aware of this. So what I will say is that if Sony is choosing to be this quiet with God of War Ragnarok, and they're choosing to play it this close to the chest, even though we're this close to the launch, there has to be a reason for it. And that's the thing. Sony has not truly given me a reason. Sony has not given me a reason to doubt the way they're going to handle this game, the way they're going to handle the build-up to it, the release of it, and most importantly, let's remove the conversation for a moment about hype, about expectation, about trailers, about state of plays, about seeing more gameplay. Most importantly, I trust that Sony, and specifically Santa Monica Studio, they're going to deliver an incredible gaming experience with God of War Ragnarok. I have no reason to believe that we're going to get anything less than that. And I feel like I want to put a focus on that within this conversation because, yeah, right now it's the middle of August, right? Sony's being very quiet. We know God of War's coming at the end of the year. It feels like it's easy to start to feel that kind of, I don't want to say, I don't want to say people are being like they're wrong or they're selfish or they're whatever, you know. I don't think it's any of that. I just think it becomes very easy to feel eager, right? To feel eager to see more, to want to learn more. And I think that's kind of natural, especially when there are those times where there's not a whole lot of new games releasing. And we're like, essentially we are at the calm before the storm. You know the storm's coming. You know it's right around the corner, but we're still within the calm. And you know what they say, the waiting is the hardest part. And I feel like that's where we are right now. And that's why I feel like people, like I've seen so many comments, and I'm going to get to these other two super chats in just a moment. I've seen so many comments from people, and these are comments that are getting upvoted, right? So it's not like I'm seeking them out. It's just they happen to be there because people are liking them and agreeing with these comments, where people are basically saying that I'm just not feeling the hype, right? Or I don't think God of War Ragnarok is going to be as good as people say it's going to be, or as it's expected to be. And there's just this kind of dour, just feeling behind it. But I get the sense that when God of War Ragnarok launches, I don't think anybody's going to be saying that. Like I think that conversation is going to just be something that we look back at, or that opinion even, and possibly laugh at, right? Where it's like, but then again, we're not there yet. And Kevin, just to finish up with your super chat, buddy, I think to kind of summarize what you're saying, you're pretty much saying Sony is just going to let the game speak for itself, right? It's going to let the game speak for itself, and it's going to let it do what it's going to do and sell PS5 consoles, not based off of hype, not based off of expectation, but based off of, oh my God, this is a must-play game. Like, it's out, we're playing it, and you must play this game. And I to a degree, I respect that. So even though the content creator side of me, the impatient side of me, just the gamer that always wants the next thing, that part of me, yeah, it exists. I think everybody kind of has that within them from time to time. Of course, I want to see more God of War now. I want a state of play now. I want another trailer now. I want all of this now, right? I would love to have the game in my hands now. But when I take a step back, I realize, I think if Sony were to just say, they're not going to do this, I'm going to be honest with you guys, there's no possibility, there's no chance that they do this. But if Sony were to say, you know what, we're not marketing this game in the way we normally do, we're not doing a state of play, we're not showing you another trailer, we're not showing gameplay, we're just going to release it. Maybe with a launch trailer. Like, I feel like a launch trailer would make sense because the game's out. We're going to release it, and we're going to let the game speak for itself. I would respect the hell out of that, because I'd be like, you know what? That's an interesting tactic. That would be an insane thing for Sony to do, because this is a massive game. This is a multi-million. This is a game that's probably $150 million, probably $200 million budget, something like crazy like that. They have to market the game. They're going to market the game. But it would be interesting if Sony chose to just be very, very, very quiet. There's something else we have to acknowledge as well really quickly, and that is the longer Sony remains quiet, I referenced earlier how some of the leaks for God of War Ragnarok are starting to come out. Slowly but surely, they're trickling out. That's kind of part of this, right? It's a price to be paid potentially, where the longer you go without showing the game, the closer you hold it to your chest and don't show it and remain secretive, the higher the chance of something leaking, of somebody revealing something they're not supposed to, and things kind of getting out there. So that's also another reason I do want to say that I believe Sony is aware of that, and it's also a reason why they're probably going to start marketing relatively soon. We also do have to consider this. Sony has another game they're trying to sell before God of War Ragnarok, and that's I think if there's anything that maybe tells you all you need to know, it's that, yes, Sony has to market and release and sell and give it its own time, The Last of Us Part 1, before God of War Ragnarok. And so it wouldn't really make all that much sense to shine the biggest spotlight, or spotlight at all, on God of War Ragnarok when you have another game from one of your first-party studios coming out a couple months before it. You know, it would, because let's be honest, if Sony were to engage the marketing hype machine right now for God of War Ragnarok, it would overshadow The Last of Us Part 1. It would. I think The Last of Us Part 1 would still sell fine. I think people would still talk about it, of course, but it would distract people, you know? It would it would cannibalize it to a certain degree. Just like if it was the other way around, if God of War was coming out in September and The Last of Us Part 1 was coming out in November, why would Sony market The Last of Us Part 1 first? You know what I mean? So the way I kind of see this going down is I think right now Sony is just trying to, I mean, to be fair, Sony's not really marketing The Last of Us Part 1 that much either. They are a little bit, but very minimally. But I think that's their focus. They're going to give The Last of Us Part 1 its time in the sun, give it its own breathing room. And then very shortly after that, we're going to see, I think, the marketing machine engage for God of War Ragnarok. It does make me think of The Last of Us Part 1 and Ghost of Tsushima. But something I do want to remind people of is some people were saying that Sony was being too quiet with Ghost of Tsushima, that Sony wasn't showing enough of it and they weren't talking about it enough and they were too much in the shadows with it. And I remember some people were talking about it like they were nervous that this was a bad sign for the game. But as you can tell, that wasn't the case at all. So I think we're kind of seeing a similar thing happen with God of War Ragnarok right now. Sage Infinite NJ, thank you so much for the $10, my friend. You're saying, hate to be negative, MBG, but I feel like anything good we've gotten from Sony was in the pipeline from the previous regime. I'm not too confident in the future. I really hope I'm wrong. I mean, look, Sage Infinite, that's the thing is, I don't think you're being negative, dude. I don't. I think that there are some PlayStation fans that they would say you're being negative. They would say you're being a hater. And, you know, I'm not like that. You know, I'm not about just, you know, I think in life, and PlayStation is certainly not exempt from this, in life, there's good and there's bad, and you have to take the good with the bad, and you have to take the bad with the good. And things are not just black and white. They're not. You know, everything exists in a gray area, and there are different, there are different variations of that gray that exist. And I feel like when you talk about the future of PlayStation, I think that it's one of these situations where, look, you're either a PlayStation fan with an immense amount of confidence, where you believe that no matter what, Sony's going to make the right decisions, that Jim Ryan, being the leader of PlayStation right now, is going to make the right decisions. And even if they make a couple bad decisions, they will immediately course correct. But, there's also some PlayStation fans, just some gamers as well, who are questioning, who are skeptical, who are not totally under the belief that, oh, yeah, it's going to be great no matter what. Like, I think it's an extreme take to say, oh, Sony's going to stop making AAA single-player games, right? That's an extreme take. But that's not the question. The question is, will they continue to make as many AAA single-player games as they do now? Right? I feel like that's the question. I think it's an extreme take to say, oh, I think all of Sony's live service games are going to fail. All of them. They're all going to fail. That's an extreme take. But I think what some people are saying is, I wouldn't mind if a good chunk of them do fail. So that way, Sony can continue to focus more on single-player games, right? This is what I'm trying to say, where I don't think you're being negative, man. I think that there is truth to what you're saying, where most of the content, if not all of the content we've gotten from Sony for the past year and a half, going into the end of this year, be the 2-year anniversary of the PlayStation 5. Yeah, it's all stuff that was set in motion from the previous leadership. And so I do think that we have yet to see what a full Jim Ryan PlayStation looks like. A full Jim Ryan PlayStation brand, right? And I'm talking everything from games to marketing. But I do not believe myself that Jim Ryan is just going to say, no more single-player games. I don't believe Jim Ryan's going to say, we don't care about the console at all anymore. I don't believe Jim Ryan's going to say that, hey, all those things that made PlayStation what it is today, they don't matter. I don't think that's what he's going to do. I don't think that's what he's doing. But I do think that he is making enough changes and he's doing things differently enough that it's like, all right, well, let's see. Let's see. Because Sage Infinite, what I think you're pointing out more than anything is that, yes, we have not seen new games announced by Sony. Think about that. I really want that to sink in for a moment. And I will continue to reiterate this until it happens. What games? The only game that I can think of, well, there are two. There are two games I can think of that were announced that are coming from Sony's, and I have to emphasize, first-party studios, not their partners. I'm not talking about Final Fantasy, right? I'm talking about their first-party studios. There are only two video games that we know of that were announced. And they are new, but they're in established IP and franchises. So let me give you an example. Wolverine. That's one of the games. Yes, it's a brand new game, but it's Wolverine. It's Marvel. It's established. And then the other game is The Last of Us Online or Last of Us Factions multiplayer game. Again, it's a new game, but it's in an established IP. Now, I want to emphasize that just last year, Sony said that they have 25 games in development, 25 or more games in development, half of which are new IP. So, I do think there's a lot of reason to be hopeful, to have a sense of positivity, because that's a lot of games that Sony has in development that we haven't seen revealed yet, and quite a few of them are going to be new IP, apparently. But we still don't know what they are. We don't know which of those games are single player, which of those games are multiplayer, which of those games are smaller, which of those games are VR. So I think it's a really good super chat you pose here. I don't think you're being negative. I think you're basically just saying you're being cautious, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We have 71 Joe Blogs. Thank you. You're saying, hi, MBG in chat. Am I right in being cautious turning in my PS5 in this 35 heat? I don't want to fry in it. MBG, I didn't get a new member shout out, my man. Sorry about that, 71 Joe Blogs. You should be on the member scroll to my side here. I'm pretty sure this is the most updated version. Again, I usually am pretty good about that. But here's your shout out, 71 Joe Blog. Thank you for becoming a member, man. I appreciate that. And no, I don't think you're wrong for worrying about your PS5 in this heat. I have a friend actually who was playing his PS5. Granted, he was playing it a lot. I mean, he was playing it like probably 8-9 hours a day straight, sometimes longer. So he's getting good use out of it, but he was telling me that he was like playing Elden Ring and his console would just shut down just shut down a few times. And there's heat waves where I'm at now. It's a little bit cooler now, luckily, but there's heat waves, really hot in a lot of different areas. And so, no, I don't think you're being overly cautious. I think that's probably an okay thing to do. If it's like ridiculously hot and maybe where you're playing is not well ventilated or it's not air conditioned. I think it's totally okay to leave your PS5 off because the PS5 does generate a pretty decent amount of heat. you know. Luckily, it has like a built-in failsafe where if it does overheat, it'll just shut down. But I'm pretty sure that's what happened to my friend's console a couple of times, because he was asking me if it was happening to me, and I'm like, no, I mean, it's hot where I am. Luckily, I'm in air conditioning, which I'm thankful for. But also, my console's really, it has a lot of breathing room. It's not in a tight space, so no, I think it's fine, man, for you to do that. Salvazardo6, you're saying, hey, MBG, the next game up is The Last of Us Part 1, and we know how the conversation goes when it comes to that game. So why would they market Ragnarok now? Well, that exactly, man. I apologize. I know I'm a little bit late to your super chat. You probably said this before I mentioned that, but that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. And yeah, that's the unfortunate. I will admit that the conversation around The Last of Us Part 1, it is unfortunate. Like, I don't want the conversation around Naughty Dog as a studio, around The Last of Us as a game and as a series. I don't want it to be so toxic. And what I mean by that is, like, I think people should share their opinions. If you think there's something wrong with the game, I think you should share that. I think you should share your opinions. If you think the game is awesome, you should share that. But I feel like people are not respectful enough, man. And I admit, I fall victim to this myself, where I get caught up in the web of just toxicity, impulsiveness, where it's just not good. And I, in a way, become disrespectful myself, where it's not about what you say, it's how you say it, right? And this is what I mean when I say people just don't have enough respect for one another, where, let's take, there are 4 people, right? There are 4 people. 2 people on each side. On one side, 2 people like The Last of Us Part 1. On the other side, the other 2 people don't like The Last of Us Part 1. But the difference is, this person and this person, they get together to converse about the game, and it's just nasty. It's just toxic. It's belligerent. It's not respectful. And it's just disgusting, because people get nasty, man. Like, they do. And it's crazy to me, where it's like, we're just talking about video games here, man. Like, people start to make it personal. It's really bizarre. But you take the other 2 people, they get together, and they can have a fine conversation. They can have a slight debate if they want to, a respectful debate, right? Where they could both pose their opinions, make their points, and essentially agree to disagree. And that's okay. And this is where it's just like, you're right, man. We do know how the conversation goes, and I'm tired of it. And I don't want to contribute to that part of the conversation anymore. I want to just have a good discussion, a good conversation, and I don't want to get dragged in. I don't want to allow myself to get tangled into this stuff, because it's like, I can very easily see both sides, Like, I can very easily see why people are excited about The Last of Us Part 1, why people want to play it, why people who have a PS5 are like, yeah, I'm going to buy that and I'm going to play it. And it's just not a second thought for them. I can understand that. I can. Like, it's not difficult for me. But I can also understand completely why people are like, you know what? No, I don't think that's enough. I'm not sold on it. I don't want to play this. And I can see that so easily as well. And that's why I don't understand why the conversation has to become so ridiculously toxic, why there has to be so much fighting, and it gets to a point where you even see developers from Naughty Dog, they can't stop themselves from getting tangled up in it as well, where before you know it, they're taking to Twitter and they're interacting with fans and they're saying stuff, and it just makes, in a way, it does kind of make the situation worse. But I do it too, and that's the thing, is it just becomes this thing where it's like, what are we talking about again? What was this about again? And I'm telling you, like, that's what ends up happening, man. And that's why, at the end of the day, what I ultimately end up saying to people is, I'm going to be honest. Try not to get involved in the conversation because the chances of it being a productive one are very low. What you should do, just think for yourself. Does it seem worth it to you? Is it a game you want to play? No? Save your money then. Send the message to Sony. No, I'm not going to buy this game. I'll pass. Believe me, they'll get the message, right? And the same can be said if you do want to play the game. You know, if you like what's being offered, go buy the product. That's why Sony made it, for people who want to buy it and play it. And I just hope that when the game launches, I'm saying this, I'm saying this, but I know it's probably not going to happen. I'm hoping that the conversation doesn't have to be that ridiculously toxic. You know, like we could just talk about the game for what it is, and I'll give you my opinion on it. I will. That's for me. Like for me, that's part of my job. Regardless of how I feel right now before the game launches, I feel like it's my job to purchase the game with my own money, invest my own time in the game, play the game, and then talk to you guys about my opinion on it and cover every aspect. And yeah, so that's what I'm hoping to do. And I'm hoping I can do it in a more, what's the word I'm looking for? Calm, cool, and collected manner. I think that's the best way to put it. MBG is not a real PlayStation fan. Well, hey man, if that's your assessment of me, then that's your assessment of me, you know? I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you that I am. It doesn't matter to me. Let me see. Sorry, I got to pull up my super chats here. Dead Planet. Thank you for that, Salvazardo6. Dead Planet, you're saying PS5 is just going to be a PS4 hit sequel machine. I don't agree with that necessarily. I feel like Space Gambler Jr. says, I knew MBG was going to see that. I see a lot of stuff in the chat. I can't reply to all of it, but I do see most of it. But Dead Planet, I feel like you're kind of justified in saying that to a degree, where it's like PS5 is just going to be a PS4 hit sequel machine. Because, yeah, there's no denying that Sony has put a big emphasis on big sequels, right? Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West. Even a game like Ratchet and Clank is a sequel, right, to a degree. But I do think the PS5 is going to offer more than that. I really do. I just can't. While I do think you have your own reasons for viewing it that way, I don't agree. I don't think the PS4 is just going to be a hit sequel machine. And I hope it's not. I mean, look, what I will tell you, Dead Planet, is that there are multiple studios right now that are working on things that are new IP. I mean, just off the top of my head, Housemarque not only launched a new IP in Returnal for the PS5 already, but they're already working on another new IP, right? There is a possibility, I don't know that it's a guarantee, but there's a possibility that Guerrilla Games is working on a new IP. There was another studio that I just had at the tip of my tongue that I know is working on a new IP. I know, well, Deviation Games, yeah, Ben Studio, that's who I was thinking of. Ben Studio is working on a new AAA IP as well. But Deviation Games, yeah, they're not a first-party studio, but, oh, yeah, and Naughty Dog. Let's not forget that. Well, I don't know if Naughty Dog's working on a new IP. The way Neil Druckmann worded it is he said he can confirm they are working on a new game. That's not The Last of Us multiplayer. So that could be a new IP. That could be something in Uncharted or The Last of Us. And yes, Sony Santa Monica as far as we know, is also working on a new IP, and Cory Barlog is currently directing that. Everybody seems to be under the impression that Cory Barlog's directing, he may be heavily involved with God of War right now. Like, they may have had to ask him to come in and help potentially, but he's working on another game as well. Yeah, Pixel Opus is working on a new IP. See, so these are the reasons why I can't agree with you, Dead Planet. I feel like if you're saying that right now, the PS5 kind of looks like it could be a PS4 hit sequel machine, I do kind of agree with that, just because of how, there's been a big focus on, GT7, Horizon Forbidden West. Oh yeah, and Fire Sprite, let's not forget them. They have multiple new IP as well. So this is what, and this is another thing too, is like when you consider all these different games that are being worked on behind the scenes, it becomes pretty clear that, Sony has a lot going on. They have a lot going on that we haven't seen formally announced yet. So thank you for that, Dead Planet. Josh, you're saying it's not out of the realm of possibility that the PlayStation brand can grow with live service, PSVR 2, movies, shows, PC, mobile, and single player. That's kind of how I'm viewing it too, Josh. I mean, I talk a lot about Sony's live service push, and I do think that Sony is being so outwardly aggressive with their live service push that I cannot fault anybody for being nervous, for being somewhat against it, because we have seen how, publishers who put all of their focus on live service, how it can go pretty badly. But that's the thing. And I think you're pointing that out, Josh. It's not all of Sony's focus. Sony has the PS5 console, and they know that it can't just be fed multiplayer live service games. Sony knows that. Even Jim Ryan knows that. It's not like Jim Ryan is going around canceling the development of these AAA single-player games, or even these AA or smaller single-player games that are coming from PlayStation Studios, right? He's not doing that. PSVR 2, movies, shows, PC, mobile, these are all areas where Sony, they're just seen as growth vectors. And they're not, the one thing about live service that I do think we need to acknowledge when it comes to Sony and Jim Ryan specifically is, if there's one area where I think Jim Ryan is hoping to kind of hit the jackpot, it is with live service. And that is the only thing that I'm a little bit worried about, because it's like when you hear him talk, he's basically saying that, we're making 10 live service games, but even if just a couple of them are successful, I just hope it doesn't transform PlayStation in the way that it has transformed some other video game publishers and other video game developers, because we've seen that transformation with immensely successful live service games. So what I personally am hoping for is that Sony finds a modest amount of success with their live service games. I kind of am hopeful that they do not discover their own Fortnite or their own GTA Online, but something less than that, something in between that and in between failure, something modest, because I think that that's what will keep Sony humble, and I think that that's what will keep everything in balance. That's my hope. Also, let's just say it. Let's just say it, because it has to be acknowledged. Sony's single player games are selling tens of millions of copies. Not all of them, but they're selling very, very well. So, that alone is like, I think they've secured their place indefinitely. I don't understand why Sony would give that up ever, even with a successful live service game or 2 or 3. There's no reason for them to give that up. And they also have Destiny now, right? So, and Josh, again, you're saying, I get the flack that Jim Ryan gets, but I think he's doing a great job at growing the PS brand. They are not going to abandon quality single player games. I do agree with that. Again, if single player games are ever abandoned or completely axed from PlayStation, it will not be under Jim Ryan's leadership. I don't believe that. I believe it will be from somebody. If for some reason Sony ever allows somebody who is not involved in video games to come in and like take over and run it, and they like have no idea about the history of PlayStation, if that ever happens one day, like way down the line, then I could see something like that being a possibility. But the thing about Jim Ryan that I do try to point out to people, because I know he does get a lot of flack, and yes, he is more of a businessman than a gamer, obviously, But the one thing I do give Jim Ryan a lot of credit for, and I think it is important, is he has been at PlayStation literally since the beginning, since 1994. So there's something to be said for that, I think, and I think it's important that whoever is leading PlayStation has a really good understanding of the history. And, Jim Ryan's been there since the beginning, so he clearly knows. Chase, thank you, my friend, for the generous $20 donation. You're saying, are we preemptively negative towards Sony? I mean, if they had games that were complete failures coming out, I'd understand. But they are still producing top quality games. Why not wait and see? Love your content, MBG. Well, thank you so much for that, man. This is a great, I love this question. I love this question. And I love it because that's how I feel a lot these days. I do. And I know it's not just me. I know it's not just me because you're asking this question, but I know that many other PlayStation fans feel this way as well, where, are we preemptively negative? I don't know that it's us. And this is similar to what we talked about earlier, but it is different at the same time. My stream seems to be hiccuping today. Hold on, guys. Am I back? Okay, I think I'm back. I noticed there's a couple hiccups in the stream today. I'm not sure exactly why, but it's good now. And I don't think I'm going to tell you what I think it is, because I think this is a very, very good question. You guys didn't have any issues on your end? Okay, I guess it's just on mine then. But this is a great question because, yeah, it's a thing. It's a real thing that's happening, that exists. And I'm going to give you my opinion on this, all right? My thoughts. What I think is going on right now, it's a few things. Number one, we have to identify that PlayStation with Jim Ryan and the PS5 is different than PlayStation with the PS4 and Andrew House and Sean Layden. And the biggest reason why it's different is because Jim Ryan has made it clear that they are going to experiment, that they are going to do different things that they weren't previously doing, on top of what people already expect from them. So right off the bat, number one, we have to acknowledge PlayStation is just operating differently. Not meaning they're not providing, because like you said, their games are not failures. They're still producing top quality games. What's the problem? Well, that's just one aspect. They're different. They're not playing it totally safe, believe it or not. Sony is not just saying, we're just literally going to do the exact same thing we did last gen and nothing else. They're not just doing that. If they were, I think people, believe it or not, I think there would have been a lot less conversation happening about different, MLB The Show would have never went to Xbox. Sony would have given that up. PlayStation and PC would have never been a conversation. PlayStation and live service would have never been a conversation. There's just a lot of different things that Sony has made clear. We wouldn't be talking about PlayStation and mobile. So that's number one. Number two, we have to acknowledge that the Xbox fan base took a beating last generation pretty severely. I admit I'm guilty. I contributed to that towards the end there. I'm not going to deny that. But they took a beating. The Xbox fan base was not in a good spot. And what they were hoping for more than anything was some type of comeback. And to a degree, that did happen. The Xbox brand did turn itself around. And I know that there are a lot of people who look at Xbox and they still think it's like a joke. But the reality is Xbox is in a very different position now than they were back in 2017, 2016, right? 2018 even. They're in a very different position. They're much more respected. People are much more on board. And what I'm trying to say is the Xbox fan base they're no longer taking a beating. In fact, they're now coming out and pushing against PlayStation and its fan base because of everything that has happened in the past 8 to 9 years, right? And here's the third thing. You ready? Here's the third thing. PlayStation is not really as invested in fanfare as they previously were. And that, I think, is the critical ingredient here. That's the critical component that puts us in this exact position where you wonder, what, like, are people preemptively negative towards PlayStation? Why does it seem like if you're, a PlayStation fan, you're just seeing more negativity than you were before, like a lot more? Why does it seem like, people are just not as in PlayStation's corner as they once were? It's those three things. It's that PlayStation is different. PlayStation is not as focused under Jim Ryan on fanfare. And number three, the Xbox fan base took a beating from the PlayStation fan base last generation. Come on, I don't think anybody can deny that, right? And now they have the wind back in their sails, and they're going to make sure everybody knows about it. But Jim Ryan doesn't care about that. PlayStation doesn't care about that. You know what I mean? PlayStation is a business. They're focused on, keeping the brand in a good state. They're not worried about Xbox fans who are out here trying to slander, the brand or anything like that. Because it doesn't, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But I think that all of these things have kind of contributed in one way or another to... Oh, and you know what? I want to mention this as well before moving on, because I did see somebody mention it. Somebody mentioned the expectations are just too high now. And that is another thing that we have to acknowledge is we know how this goes, guys. What goes up must come down. And I'm not saying that PlayStation's coming down, but I'm just saying that when you're on top for that long and you're that consistent for that long, people get to a point where they're just waiting. Like, they're just waiting to see you fall, and some people even begin to hope that you will fall, It's like, it reminds me of the New England Patriots when it's like when they first won their like first couple of Super Bowls, first 2 Super Bowls. It's like, that's it. But it got to a point where Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, and the Patriots, they wouldn't come down. They wouldn't come down for so long. And it got like, people just literally got tired of it, where they're like, please just let something else happen at this point, But that's just how it is, man. What goes up must come down. It doesn't mean it has to sink. It doesn't mean it has to hit the bottom. It just means that it has to balance itself out. And I think that that's what PlayStation has been going through for the past year and a half. It's not that they're falling. It's that they're getting to a better point, I think. Like, I don't think anybody can honestly say that any brand, any person, anything, nothing can remain on top permanently, nor should it, because that's just not how this, that can only lead to bad things, is what I'm trying to say. So right now, I think PlayStation, they're focused, like an earlier comment here said, an earlier super chat said, right now, PlayStation isn't so much about garnering the most fanfare. PlayStation isn't really about focusing on being, I guess you could say like you remember how PlayStation last generation was focused on kind of changing the narratives aggressively, like, oh, we can use this to our advantage, and we can we'll put out this video of Shuhei Yoshida sharing a game disc, and stuff like that, and we're going to do PlayStation Experience, which is just for the fans. Sony doesn't do that stuff anymore. They're just focused on growing. They're just focused on bringing the brand to a new level that it hasn't previously been at. And I think that's interesting, because that's the important thing I want to highlight here is when you reach a certain peak, right? You get to the top and you're there for a while. Do you know why you have to come down? Because I know that some people were misunderstanding what I was saying. Do you know why you have to come down? It's not, you don't come down to sink to the bottom and that's it. I mean, sometimes that does happen. You come down so that way you can gear up again. You can start again and then reach an even higher point that you couldn't get to previously. That's what you do. You come down from the mountain, you climb the other mountain, the one that's even higher. That's why you come down, to start again. And that's I really think that's where we're at right now with PlayStation. And so yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. And also real quick, just before I move on, the same can be said about Xbox, guys, because what did I just say? Xbox took a beating last generation. Xbox was nowhere near the top of the mountain. Xbox actually did fall to the very bottom, but now look at where they are. The reality is Xbox could not be where it is today if they didn't fall to the bottom. It's a process, man. It's everything in life. Whether it's video games, video game companies, business, or anything outside of it, it's all cyclical. And I think it's the understanding of those cycles that helps you, kind of change course when you have to. Anyway, I really went on a long tangent there, but I appreciate the $20 super chat, Chase. That was a really good one. Sage Infinite NJ, thank you for the 10, my friend. You're saying, I feel like the lack of traditional E3 and Sony choosing to not participate in yearly shows has caused the rumors and the leaks to run wild. Every June, we knew the info dump was coming, LOL. Yeah, I do agree with that as well, too. That is another aspect of not just Sony, to be fair, because you do mention E3, but just of the industry that has changed pretty dramatically in the past couple of years. The way that these shows are handled, the way that they're run, the cadence, when they're happening. Things just seem kind of scrambled, and they're just not, it's not as easy anymore to pinpoint when the info dumps are going to be, and more importantly, how big are they going to be exactly. So I do think that has led to an influx of rumors and leaks. I noticed the past couple weeks that things have died down a lot. Like, there's almost been no rumors and no leaks of significance. And maybe that's a good sign. Maybe when things get that quiet, it becomes kind of clear that maybe something is around the corner. I don't want to say for sure, but yeah. I see somebody saying, MBG, don't be a shill. Read a free comment or two. I try, man. J-Love, I try. I read yours. It's just really hard because I'm currently backed up on super chats, so I have to prioritize them first. I hope you understand. So thank you for that, Sage Infinite. I do think that, yeah, there is certainly truth to that. Michael Stanbrook, you're saying, since The Last of Us remake was announced, I feel as though Sony is slowly destroying everything they did well last generation, and I hate thinking that. Michael, I do understand those feelings because there have been a few times since, I guess you could say the start of the PS5 generation where I did start to kind of feel like that. And I've even mentioned it explicitly here on the channel where I said it sometimes feels like Sony is basically exploiting the goodwill that they've worked so hard to build up last generation. But I feel like it's too soon. I do. I'm not going to sit here and blindly say that PlayStation's perfect and everything will be great and nothing bad will happen. I don't know that. I don't. But I do think that I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm leaning more towards positivity. Not negativity, ultimately, at the end of the day, but I try to be more towards the middle because it's too soon. It's too soon. And what I try to do right now is look at what Sony has done since the start of the PS5 generation. And at the end of the day, for me, this is the fact of the matter. Sony has delivered games, quality games, at a consistent rate. Not once since the start of the PS5 generation have I felt like I've been left waiting in a drought. Not once have I felt like I picked up a game from Sony, one of their studios, and thought, man, this is not good. The only time I actually, maybe there's another, But the only time I can think of off the top of my head right now where I played a PlayStation game this generation so far that Sony was behind, that I was like, yikes, was probably Destruction All-Stars. But even then, I have to say that the foundation was there, but the execution was just not well. It was not done well at all. But that was really the only time where I was like, this seems like a not a good experience to me. I'm not sure why Sony got fully behind this. But I think they course corrected by making it a free PS Plus game, which was nice. But that's what I'm trying to highlight right now, Michael, is that the fact of the matter, Sony, in my opinion, I actually put a tweet out about this earlier, has not missed. That's my opinion. I'm not saying you have to agree with it. If you think Sony has missed more than a couple times, that's fine. But for me, they haven't. And when I look at what's coming up, maybe The Last of Us Part 1 will be a miss. Maybe it won't. I mean, putting the price aside, like The Last of Us is still a great game. I think we can all agree on that. So for some people, that'll be a miss. For some people, it won't. But I do not believe for a second that God of War is going to be a miss. And after that, I look at just a few of the games that are lined up for 2023, right? Spider-Man 2, multiple big Final Fantasy games. I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting about. Well, we have PSVR 2, and you have to imagine there are quite a few games that we have yet to know about. So I can't really, I know you mentioned The Last of Us specifically, and I will say this. I hope that they maybe learn something from this. I don't know that they will, because I feel like The Last of Us Part 1 is going to sell really, really well. But I hope it's that they need to be a little bit more willing, in my opinion, to read the room and put together a better package. Because you know what I want to point out really quickly, and think about this. I've seen people say that this is a Naughty Dog thing, that anytime Naughty Dog comes out and announces something, people get toxic. That's not true. That's not true. Because remember that in January of this year, Naughty Dog released the Uncharted collection. And do you know why everybody was okay with it? Because it was a great deal for anybody who was interested in it. It was one full AAA game and another that was pretty much close to a AAA game, 2/3 of a AAA game, as far as I understand. And it was priced correctly at $50. So for anybody who was interested in that, it felt worth it, right? And granted, it wasn't a remake, but it didn't get the same amount of work. But the point is, that felt like, I feel like if Sony did that exact same thing and they didn't rework the facial animations per se for The Last of Us, there would still be some backlash because people would think it was too soon. But I'm just saying, it's not just a Naughty Dog thing. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent here. I apologize. Getting back to what I'm trying to say, I understand why you feel that way. I think you're not the only one that feels that way, and there have been moments where I have felt that way. But I just encourage people, when you start to feel that way, just take a step back and just evaluate where you stand now, where PlayStation stands now, what has come before, what has come this year, what's coming for as far as you can see, and how does that make you feel? I think that it's as simple as that sometimes, So thank you for that. Kevin Reavers, again, you're saying, how much are you saving for 2023? Dude, I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I'm going to be honest. I'm trying not to think about it because, yeah, dude, 2023 is looking unbelievable. Like, we thought 2022 was going to be stacked. Dude, 2023 is looking bonkers. And yeah, I'm probably going to have, if I want to play all the games I want to play, I'm probably going to have to set some money aside, which is crazy. So yeah, we'll talk about that as we get closer to 2023. By the way, guys, before I continue here, please do me a big favor. We have over 750 people here hanging out with me, which I really appreciate. Appreciate you guys being here. Please hit that like button for me. We're almost at 300 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 400 likes. I would really appreciate that. Leo Jimmy, thank you for the 5. My friend, you're saying, didn't Sony acquire Haven Studios 2, or did that not happen? No, you are correct, Leo Jimmy. They did acquire Haven Studio. So that is yet another new IP that I forgot to mention that is in the works. And apparently Mark Cerny is actually contributing to the development of that new IP as well, which is fascinating to me. So, Mark Cerny is a legend around these parts. We'll see what he ends up contributing to, what the game ends up being. But you are correct, Leo Jimmy. Primal Plasma, member for 17 months, greatness awaits. Thank you, my friend. You're saying PS5 would be able to get away with being a PS4 sequel machine if Microsoft didn't buy Activision and Bethesda. Now Sony is forced to make new IP. And that's true, yeah. And we've talked about that many times before, where because of these studios and these IP being acquired, Sony cannot bank on them forever being available on the PlayStation platform. They will have to adjust by potentially trying to fill in certain holes that are in their portfolio. And I'm excited for that. I think that's a good thing. I don't want to see a Sony that's too comfortable with the games that they have on their platform. Hank Brewer, thank you for the 10. You're saying live service games can have campaign or single-player modes, so maybe they will do what COD does and have both on one game. However, I don't think they will only make live service games. I actually do agree, Hank, and I think it's worth pointing out that the head of Sony's worldwide studios, Herman Holst, this is something that he put emphasis on in an interview when he talked about their pursuit of multiplayer live service games, or just live service games, I mean. He did say that, nobody's saying that you can't still tell a great story, that there can't be a story focus. And that's why they acquired Bungie specifically, because if there's one thing that I think Destiny has proven is you can have a really compelling story that, kind of goes on for years and is continually something that grows. And I think that's interesting because this, again, is an area where PlayStation, they haven't explored it, but they could probably do it really well. Like, they could probably do it better than most if they do it, if they have the same type of quality, character-driven approach that they do for their single-player games. So I do agree with you, Hank. Josh, again, you're saying the fact Jim Ryan said they won't do day and date to maintain AAA quality should tell you all you need to know. Yes, greed is involved, but still a good sign. Yeah, and that's true. I still see a lot of people basically saying like day and date's going to happen, and I'm not going to say for certain. All I can go by is what Jim Ryan said, and he did say that they are not doing day and date onto PlayStation Plus. They can, and we're going to talk about that later because apparently Microsoft thinks Sony should. Who would have thought Microsoft thinks Sony should go day and date with their games on their service? But I actually, this is why I never really got too heavily involved with the $70 price point of big AAA games, because you're going to see a lot of people say that if you acknowledge the reality, you're just a shill. And like, no, the reality is the cost of everything is going up, and game development is not, they're not outside of that. And Sony factually makes some of the biggest games in the industry. The costs are rising. I think people forget that one of the last things that Sean Layden said when he was at PlayStation was how games are getting too big, that they are, like, Sony is struggling to maintain the growth here and keep up with it because they're getting too big, they're getting too expensive. And he was actually saying we might need more like kind of intermediate games, right? That are not necessarily full AAA, but more maybe like the size of something like Spider-Man Miles Morales. So, this is why I'm totally okay with Jim Ryan saying, look, we're not doing day and date because we are going to continue to sell games at full price. And as long as they continue to deliver quality products at full price, what to me feels like a quality product and a worthwhile product, I have no problem paying for that. As long as I'm able to afford it, of course. Titus Crow, you're saying, we know that they would nickel and dime us if they could. We are right to be worried. We want things to be great, but we see Ubisoft and EA, etc., so we worry. And yes, that is true, Titus Crow. I don't want to sit here and pretend that PlayStation isn't a business. I don't want to sit here and pretend that Jim Ryan's ultimate goal at the end of the day isn't to extract as much money from the customer base as they can. This is the prerogative of every business. It's just a matter of how are they going to go about doing it. I think that there's a right way and I think that there's a wrong way, which oftentimes seems overly egregious and unnecessary. And I think that Sony has made a couple of mistakes recently. Like we think about GT7 and how they came out of the gate with one of their biggest games and they messed up the monetization and people were not happy and they had to fix that immediately. And that was a perfect example of when we have to be worried and we have to come together and say, Sony, like, come on, fix this. You can do better than this. We expect better than this. And they're like, okay, you're right. Our bad. And that's fine. As you know, like we have to keep them honest. They're going to rely on us to do that. And it's our responsibility as the fan base, the people that care the most about what's going to happen to this brand, to these IP, to these games. We have to keep them honest, you know? And we saw Jim Ryan come out and that fiasco with Horizon Forbidden West when he was like, it'll be a $10 upgrade, even though he said it was going to be a free upgrade. And that was I still can't believe that happened. Like that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But it's times like that where we absolutely, I'm going to be honest, I should have been even harder on Sony at that point. I should have, because that was unacceptable. I mean, I was pretty hard on them, but I should have went in even harder only because that's one of those situations where, yes, they absolutely were looking to nickel and dime us and they got caught. Like they forgot what they promised us. And that's where we have to come together and push back against that. Josh, again, you're saying, I see salty PlayStation fans mad that PC is getting PS4 games. I think people forgot that PC gamers rebuying older PS4 games benefits us PS5 users and ecosystem. Yeah, dude, that's why I don't even talk about it really, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Like I understand that there are going to be some PlayStation fans that no matter what are against what Sony's doing by releasing some of their older games onto PC. I understand that. But at the same time, I just have to question, why do you care at this point? You know what I mean? Like Sony already made the decision. This is what they're doing. Like you can smash your PlayStation. You can throw your PlayStation games out. You can forsake the PlayStation brand and never give them another dime, or at least claim you never will. It doesn't matter. This is a decision they made. And that's the thing here. That's all we can, as far as I'm concerned, that's really all we can do is, okay, well, if this is what Sony's doing, then what are the positives? What's the brighter side of this? Let's try to look at the glass half full and not empty. And what you're pointing out is exactly that. Sony taking some of their older PS4 games and basically getting free money, practically free money, right, from selling them. Even if it's not a whole lot of money, it's something. And that can be fed back into, that can be fed back into the ecosystem, like you said, into their game development, into their studios. And as far as I'm concerned, that can only be a good thing, right? So I just think that what Sony should, the only thing I worry about is whether or not Sony's being dishonest. For example, I would like to know if Sony ever has plans to release any of their games day and date on PC, just because it'd just be a nice thing to know. They won't say whether or not that's going to happen with like some of their multiplayer games, but I'm just going to assume that at some point with some of their games that might happen. And I take this new approach because they're guys, and this is why there are still some fans who push back against it. That there was a point in time not that long ago where the notion of Sony putting any of their games onto PC, onto Steam, especially big games like God of War, Uncharted, The Last of Us, Spider-Man, it sounded like blasphemy. It sounded like a different timeline, a parallel universe, right? And yet here we are. And so that's why at this point, I'm not going to say, oh, this will never happen or that'll never happen. I have no idea. At this point, I've realized that, well, Sony could surprise me. They really could. Just when I think I know what they're doing, they come out and they surprise me. So I'm fully expecting that at some point in time, some PlayStation games will go day and date on the PC. If I had to guess, my best guess is that it won't necessarily be single player games, but multiplayer games make the most sense. So thank you for that, Josh. The Caped Crusader, you're saying Sony is going to try to sneak past the year without doing an event, which will be a massive L. I swear I low-key hope this live service crap fails. With an unamused face. Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. If Sony tries to slide past this year without an event, a proper showcase, that will be a massive L. I mean, look, do I think they could get away with it? I do. Because you know what Sony can say that a lot of other video game publishers cannot say right now? We have 2 games releasing, and one of them is brand new, God of War Ragnarok. Do I want that to be what Sony says? No. What I would like Sony to do is to have a showcase to say, hey guys, we got our games launching. We got God of War launching, closing out this year in a big way. But before we get there, let's show you what's coming after that. Let's show you what's next. Let's show you the next chapter. I feel like they have to do that. And it would be a colossal, as far as I'm concerned, it would be a colossal L. Yeah. Excuse me. It would be a colossal L if they didn't do that. Okay. And as you know, Caped Crusader, you're saying you hope that their live service crap fails. Well, man, you're not the only one. There are plenty of core PlayStation users who despise live service games, and you're certainly not the only one, and you certainly won't be the last one who hopes that. I mean, who knows? It depends on how these games look, man. If Sony's like, here's 3 of our live service games, and they look horrendous, I'll be right here with you being like, man, I hope that does fail because that looks atrocious. I'm hoping that's not the case, though. Like, I'm hoping when they show The Last of Us multiplayer, and let's assume like Twisted Metal is going to be a service game, I'm hoping they look great, man. I do. Like, I'm hoping they look, oh, okay. Like, that's what I'm hoping we see. I don't want to be disappointed, but, 10 live service games, I imagine at least a couple of them are going to maybe be disappointing. Like, here's the thing, and I want to get this out of the way real quick. Within one of those 10 live service games, at least one of them is going to be like trying to copy Fortnite. I have no idea which one or from which studio, but come on, at least one of them is going to try to be its like not an exact clone or anything like that, but just something that gives you that feeling like, okay, this is them trying to make their Fortnite, I want to be wrong about that, and I hope I'm wrong about that. But that's going to be a weird day. It's going to be a weird day. A battle royale. So like, I wouldn't be upset if Sony announced a battle royale game. I wouldn't be upset about that. It depends on what type of battle royale. Like, what's the universe? What's the art style? What's the gameplay? The Last of Us Fortnite. There you go. Sony, do that. You'll win. But by Fortnite, I'm talking about aesthetically. I know Fortnite's a battle royale. PUBG is a battle royale. But do people say, oh, it's a PUBG clone, or do they say it's a Fortnite clone? They mostly say it's a Fortnite clone because that seems to be the most popular art style today. You're saying MBG, you're being way too optimistic, bro. Max 2 of them will be successful. The rest are going to be C and B. Safe bet. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I am being overly optimistic. Look at Red Dead Online. People didn't buy enough gold. Now it's dead. Yeah, but dude, no offense to Red Dead Online, but I tried playing Red Dead Online like when it first launched, and it wasn't terrible or anything, but it's just like there just wasn't enough substance there. I don't know. Maybe it was me. Maybe I wasn't playing the game right, but I just didn't enjoy it very much. Like, I had a little bit of fun, and I played it for like a week or two, but after that, I was like, I will at least say with GTA Online, when I first played GTA Online when it launched, I stuck around a lot longer, but even that lost me. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I believe it or not, I know the live service game that I've played the most, like the game that I've continually come back to, but I did retire it recently, was PUBG. And that was due to the gameplay. I didn't care about their events. I always was excited when they had a new map to play, But I didn't care about the events. I didn't care about the weapons. I didn't care about the skins. The thing that I loved the most about PUBG was its tactical gameplay. And I loved it. And I still love it. And, I just really enjoyed it. And that's, I think, something that I worry about with live service games is I feel like some developers are not focused enough on the gameplay itself. The gameplay has to be king, and it has to be absolutely addicting. Because if it's not, dude, you're not going to retain people. You can have as many events as you want. You can have as many skins as you want. You can have everything. But if you don't have that core gameplay locked down, and it has to be something special, that's where I think maybe Twisted Metal could succeed. Because Twisted Metal, you don't really see many games like that, But we'll see what they do. We got time. Axis Hawk, member for 3 months. Greatness awaits. Thank you, buddy. You're saying greatness truly awaits. Been 3 months since I became a member, but the Sony Microsoft thing recently is a big L. I love Sony, but they took the L here. Well, we're actually going to move on to that topic next. That's the next topic up. I see somebody asking if I've tried Tarkov. I haven't. I don't think that's available on console, is it? Right now it's just PC, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard really good things about it. And I've actually heard that Modern Warfare 2, apparently they have a mode called DMZ or something. And it's their own take on that. So I might try that. That I might be interested in. Because I do love tactical games. I do. I like tactical gunplay. I've always enjoyed that. Takes me back to my Rainbow Six Vegas days. Use your PC, MVG. One day. I don't use my PC for gaming. I just don't. But I probably should. MVG would lose his life to Tarkov. Dude, the last game that, another game that's a really good one that I put a lot of time into, a really good service game, live service game, Dead by Daylight. That's another one that has that was a game that when I played it, I was like, yo, this gameplay loop. Now this is something for me because it was brand new, unique, and interesting. I've never played a game like this. And I got addicted to it. I think I put 500 hours into it. I was completely addicted to it because it was just so fun, dude. I loved playing as the killer. And I loved playing with my friends as the survivor. I did fall off of it, and I couldn't keep up because there were other things I wanted to play. But I mean, dude, that's the thing, man. When a service game works, it works. So, Devil Shooter says Killer Main here. I might have to go back to it soon because I do miss playing it, dude. I got so good at playing as the killer. I got so good at it. And that's one other thing I want to mention before moving on is these games, because they never go away and they always exist, if you fall off of it, good luck trying to get back in. It's going to be hard because you have to relearn the game and you have to keep up with the changes that are made. But yeah, shout out to Dead by Daylight. JS, thank you for the super chat, my friend. You're saying, love the show. What do you think of the game Steel Rising? The gameplay looks great. Also, keep up the great shows. Thank you, man. I'm really glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy the podcast. I think I saw that on the PlayStation Store, but I didn't really look into it. I feel like I've seen it though. I feel like I've seen this game in a trailer. I'll have to look at it again more closely, but it does ring a bell. I feel like I'm confusing it with another game that I may have seen, but I did see it pop up in the PlayStation Store. So I'll have to get back to you on that, JS. I'll have to check it out, let you know my thoughts. But thank you for the super chat, man. Okay, so with that being said, let me just make my closing point with this topic before I move on. We started out talking about God of War, and that's where I want to end the topic by simply just saying I'm excited for God of War. I think that right now people are becoming a little bit impatient. Sony hasn't had a state of play in a while. They haven't had a showcase in almost a year, and they haven't really shown much more of God of War since last year. So I think it's totally understandable why some people are becoming a little bit antsy, why people are starting to feel a little bit impatient. But what I will say is I absolutely do think that this is the calm before the storm. And even if it's not, at the very least, right, if you don't want to take my word for it, because I could be wrong, the game's launching in November. And at the end of the day, The game's going to speak for itself. I have a ton of confidence, and regardless of how much marketing God of War Ragnarok ends up getting, because for all we know, starting in like October, we might want to not see any more of the game. Like they might start showing it off. Really, boss, you just did that. They might start showing the game off so much that we're like, I don't want to see anymore. Please stop, Sony. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm excited for God of War, and I can't wait for it. I have such high expectations, but I think they're going to be met. All right, moving on. What did boss do? He knocked over my my Wolverine pop figure. That's what he did. He's sleeping next to me here. I thought he was going to sleep on the chair. That's why I put the chair here, because he always sleeps on that chair, but he's not. He's choosing to sleep next to me, so that's cool. You know, he has to do whatever's comfortable for him. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next topic, and once again, I'm going to ask you guys to please hit that like button. Let's get to 400 likes. Microsoft responds to Sony's claims about Call of Duty and about their acquisition of Activision Blizzard. They talk about how Sony is paying publishers to block certain games from entering Game Pass and how it wouldn't be profitable for them to make Call of Duty exclusive to just Microsoft platforms. On top of that, Microsoft also believes that Sony would benefit from releasing their games onto PlayStation Plus. Yes, some very interesting stuff here. This is one we're going to have to dive deep into because there's quite a bit to unpack. The Caped Crusader, Josh, you're saying you get VRR properly set up on the A90K. Thoughts? Actually, dude, I completely forgot about that. And I think the reason why I haven't even been paying attention is because I've been playing God of War 1 through streaming mostly. So I haven't even thought about it, but I did see that I am going to have to set it up through the TV itself. So I'll try to remember to do that. I'll try to do it some point this week, and I'll report back to you next week. No promises, though, but I'm going to try. I need a game recommendation. What game should I play when I get VRR properly set up? Spider-Man, maybe? Or a Horizon? The Caped Crusader, you're saying, I think Deviation Games are working on a COD-type game, especially with Sony being so worried that Microsoft owns COD now. Hopefully it's good. That's what I'm thinking too, man. That's what I'm thinking too. I think it's pretty clear that with Deviation Games, they have so much talent from Treyarch. And Treyarch, you know, they're the people behind the Black Ops series. And, you know, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, I really actually did enjoy that Call of Duty. I've always enjoyed the Black Ops games. Black Ops 4, not so much. Or maybe not so much Black Ops 3 either. But, you know, I really did enjoy them, most of them. So I think, yeah, they're definitely making a Call of Duty type game. But I need to refer to a couple of these articles to get the full context here. Did I not bring that? You know what? Give me 1 second, guys. I thought I'm missing an article here. Microsoft, Sony blocking Game Pass. I thought I had this article up, but apparently not. I don't normally read from Kotaku, but they're the first one that came up. So let's start here. So it says Microsoft accuses Sony of blocking games from Game Pass. Last week, Microsoft argued to Brazilian regulators that Call of Duty was not an essential game series, while Sony protested that it was. In the latest episode of the Activision Blizzard acquisition drama going down in Brazil, Microsoft accused the PlayStation manufacturer of trying to, quote, inhibit growth, end quote, of Game Pass. Microsoft has been trying to convince regulatory agencies around the world that its acquisition of Activision Blizzard is not unfair to its competitors within the gaming industry. Now, as spotted by The Verge, it's claiming that Sony pays developers not to put their games on the Xbox maker's subscription service. Microsoft's ability to continue expanding Game Pass has been hampered by Sony's desire to inhibit such growth, Microsoft claimed in an August 9th filing. Sony pays for blocking rights to prevent developers from adding content to Game Pass and other competing subscription services. Platform exclusivity deals are common in the gaming industry, and it's ambiguous whether this refers to a clause that might prevent games from appearing on Xbox services during its exclusivity period, or stricter terms. A document relating to PlayStation exclusivity came out of the Capcom leaks, and page 3 indicates that exclusives could not appear on rivals to PlayStation's subscription services. These included Google Stadia, Game Pass, and similar services. Kotaku reached out to both Microsoft and Sony, but did not receive a response by the time of this publication. Let me see if there's... I want to see if there's any more... I know there's more than that here. I think there are some more quotes. Let me go to The Verge. Let me see. So The Verge says, does this mean that Sony is evil and that Microsoft is casually out here revealing some dastardly business practices? The reality is likely a little more complicated on both sides. Sony could simply be paying for exclusive rights for its own streaming services, or it may have clauses, as we just talked about. Sorry, guys. I'm scrolling through this real quick just to make sure there isn't any other. Well, there is more. But I'm going to take it one by one here. So we'll just start with this. We'll just start with the idea or the accusation by Microsoft that Sony is blocking content. Now, this is, I got to admit, this is a strange one for me because wasn't this always a thing? This is what's bizarre to me is I'm seeing so many articles written up about this, so many headlines, and that's fine. It has to be reported on, but I'm seeing a lot of people respond to this as if this is something new. And I'm like, it's very bizarre to me because as far as I'm aware, exclusivity has always been a thing. That's all this is. Here's an important aspect to this, though, that I want to highlight. You're saying blocking Game Pass is new. Here's something I want to highlight about this that I think is worth pointing out. One of the things that Microsoft is arguing here, one of the points that Microsoft is looking to make, and they are making, because again, we have to understand why Microsoft is saying any of this. Why are they doing any of this? Microsoft is trying to convince regulators that it's okay for them to own and acquire Activision Blizzard. That by them owning and acquiring Activision Blizzard, it's not a monopoly. It's not anti-competitive. It's none of that. And so Microsoft is going to do everything they can. Their lawyers are going to say everything they can to make sure that regulators believe that and say, this is fine, and it's going to go through, and I don't think anybody denies that. But one of the things that Microsoft highlighted with this in particular is they claimed, I thought I had this up. Apparently, I accidentally exited the tab, so I'll just have to paraphrase it. But pretty much what Microsoft said is that they could no longer compete effectively against Sony when it comes to, buy and purchasing and owning games. That business model, and we literally witnessed this. We've talked about it ad nauseum, where we said, why did Microsoft create Game Pass? It's because they couldn't keep up with Sony and Nintendo, and their games just weren't selling, and it was all going downhill. So, Phil Spencer and company had to think of another way, and they did, and that way was Game Pass. And so what Microsoft basically argued is that Game Pass is their new way of competing against Sony, against other companies, and it's true. This is how Microsoft stays relevant. This is why the Xbox brand didn't die. This is why Satya Nadella decided we're not selling off the Xbox brand. We're not shutting it down. There's a way forward, and this is it. So Microsoft explained that to them. And then they went on to say that Sony is blocking certain games. So essentially what Microsoft is saying is that when Sony is approaching certain publishers, there's a deal being struck where Sony is, and let's keep in mind here that it's up to the publisher, you know what I mean? But Sony is paying for exclusivity. That's what this is. Are people not aware that the only thing that's going on here is Microsoft is wording this? They are phrasing this in a way that sounds like something different or new, and it's not. Microsoft is just literally phrasing exclusivity in a different way. Because here's the thing. If Microsoft says that Game Pass is how we compete with Sony, that's why it's okay for us to own Activision Blizzard, right? Well, I see some people saying that it's not exclusivity. So, well, then which is it? See, that's what I'm saying here. Which is it? Is Game Pass a threat to PlayStation? Yes or no? That's the question. That's the only question. If the answer is no, Game Pass is not a threat to PlayStation, then that means Sony is paying to block these games for no reason. And it makes no sense. If the answer is yes, Game Pass is a threat to PlayStation, then of course Sony's going to pay for this. Just like they paid for exclusives, just like they paid to keep third-party content and to keep third-party games off of the Xbox platform. So this is why I think people need to take a step back and realize that if you're out here trying to argue the point that Game Pass is competition to Sony, that Game Pass is a threat to Sony, to their business model, to PlayStation in general, to their ecosystem, to, you know, their buy and own model, then you can't act like there's something new going on here or something wrong. This is how it's always been. Microsoft has also done the same thing. Granted, Microsoft never paid to block anything for PlayStation Plus, but instead Microsoft would pay for exclusivity. They would pay to keep it off of PlayStation. Now, I don't think they've done it more recently, but Microsoft still strikes deals just like Sony does, where Microsoft will, you know, they'll have a 3 to 6 month timed exclusivity. Leia, please. I love you, but it's too cramped up here. All right. Leia's she's trying to derail it again. She's trying to derail, but also I want to point this out too. Listen, what people want me to do right now, what some people want me to do right now. Let me see. MBG, this is not about exclusives. They're paying a blocking fee. As a PS5 owner, you get nothing extra. No PlayStation game, nothing. That's a fair point. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, if I had to choose between Sony blocking games, paying money to block games, right, on from going to Game Pass versus trying to pay to get the developer to sweeten the deal for PlayStation owners, I would absolutely rather Sony pay to sweeten the deal, because like it's not a great move. It's not like it's a situation where it's like, yeah, I don't know that I would prefer this is where Sony's money's going, right? But at the same time, I feel like we all have to acknowledge that this is business here. You know, this is business. And right now, what's so sad is we're seeing both Sony and Microsoft, like, they're being so ridiculous towards each other right now. They're so mad at each other, you know? You can just, it's palpable. Like, you could tell they're fighting. And I kind of love it because you don't see this often, but you see Sony being salty. And then you see Microsoft being salty too. And they're both trying to, like, air out each other's dirty laundry. And I kind of love it. But at the end of the day, I don't blame Microsoft. I don't blame Microsoft for pointing this out. And I don't blame Xbox fans for kind of latching onto this and being like, wow, Sony, wow. Because it's like, dude, look, I think we can all agree that, yeah, Sony, they're not innocent. They're not innocent here. And I'm not even going to sit here and try to pretend. Let's not pretend that Sony didn't flex. And boy, when I mean flex, to a degree which made me nauseous, because I'm like, I don't care that much. And it's sad that Sony needs to flex this hard. For years, Sony's like, Call of Duty. That's right. We got early beta access, exclusive beta. We got early maps. We got double XP exclusive. I mean, they would take anything. Call of Duty, double XP exclusive, we'll do it. Exclusive, it doesn't matter. They'll do it. And to me, that's the stuff that's like, okay, yeah, Sony, dude, you're playing dirty. You're playing dirty. And that's the thing, though. Please understand that as Sony plays dirty, so does Microsoft. It's competition. It's business. And business, yes, business is dirty. And this is why I couldn't fathom some of the conversations I was witnessing, because it's like, you're defending Microsoft, you're defending Sony, you shouldn't be defending either. They're both multi-billion-dollar corporations that will literally do whatever scumbag move they have to look like the good guy, but most importantly, bring the customer over. Obviously, Sony didn't want this to come out, and Microsoft was always going to frame this. And as I said, I don't know that this is the best thing for Sony to do, but I can't blame them, dude. Like, I can't. I cannot sit here and make it sound like if I was the head of PlayStation, that I would look at Game Pass and laugh and say, you know what? I don't care which games go to Game Pass. That doesn't affect me. No, I'd probably be sitting there being like, if Microsoft tries to bring this game to Game Pass or that game, and these are games that I'm relying on selling on my platform, and this is where I make my money, yeah, I'm going to try to do something to stop that. You know? And this is just where it's so confusing to me that it's not pretty. Yeah, it's ugly, and it sounds unfair. But this is the nature of competition, and this is the nature of business. And it's also worth noting that we don't know what games are being talked about right now. You know, like, we don't know which games are supposedly being blocked or why. But I'll tell you this right now. I don't think Sony is happy about having to pay extra money to keep a game from going to Game Pass. I think Sony feels like it's a necessary thing for them to do. Right? Yeah, apparently, yeah, you guys are saying Resident Evil Village, and that makes sense for Sony to a degree, but I don't think it's permanent either. Maybe it is. Maybe it's permanent, but it's one of these things where it's like, which is it, guys? Like, I encounter Xbox fans constantly that are telling me how Game Pass is the future, and Game Pass is going to change Sony, and it's going to change PlayStation, and PlayStation's going to have to copy Game Pass, and Game Pass is going to take Sony down. And I see this all the time, and I'm like, okay, if that's what you believe, then why are you acting surprised that Sony's trying to block games from going to Game Pass? I don't think Sony is blocking games. See, Sony doesn't care anymore about blocking games from going to the Xbox console as much. They still do, yes. Sony will still make sure they have somewhat full exclusives. Not full, but console exclusives, of course. Saying MBG, they're hampering competition. It's illegal. No, it's not illegal. This is business. This is how it's always worked. Contracts are signed. And again, I just want you to know this is what's happening right now. Sony is coming out and they're saying, I'm going to be a bit, you know, this is obviously not exactly how it's going, but this is what's going on. Microsoft comes out and they're like, you know, Phil Spencer walks in the room. Oh, okay, Sony. Bet you think you're on top right now, huh? Yeah. Yeah, you've had a great generation selling games. Yeah. Oh, God of War selling 20 million? How much did Crackdown 3 sell? I don't know, but I'm okay. And you know why I'm okay? Because we have Game Pass. Oh, you're not worried about Game Pass, Sony? You're not worried about Game Pass? Sony's like, no, I'm not. We're good here. So Phil Spencer's like, oh, okay, they're not worried about Game Pass. Well, you know what? We just bought Bethesda. Then Sony's like, what now? Hold on. Whoa, hold on. You bought Bethesda. Phil says, yep, that's right. So of course Sony's like, okay, all right. You're gonna make their games exclusive? Phil just sitting there drinking his tea saying, maybe. Guess we'll find out. Enough time goes by. It comes out. Phil drops the hammer. That's right. All future Bethesda games, or at least almost all of them, not releasing on PlayStation. Starfield? Yeah, right. That's Xbox, baby. Redfall? Xbox. The Elder Scrolls? That's Xbox. Okay, so Sony is over here and they're like, okay, all right, okay, that was unexpected. We didn't see that coming. Well played, Microsoft, well played. So Sony has to go and they have to have their meetings. And they have to decide. So is it the Xbox console that we should be worried about? Or is it Game Pass? And they make the decision, no, dude, it's Game Pass we got to be worried about. Because if people can start getting those games on Game Pass, we got to try to stop other games that people buy PlayStation for from going to Game Pass. Well, can we go buy publishers? It's not that simple. We can't just buy publishers like that. We don't have the same type of money that Microsoft has. Now, we could buy a publisher, but it's a lot of negotiations. It's not something we can do overnight. What we can do right now is we can pay to keep some games off of Game Pass. But then it gets better because then Phil walks into the room again and they're like, oh, I hear you guys are talking about possibly blocking some games from going to Game Pass, huh? That's understandable. Yeah, I kind of expected that. Of course, I would do the same thing if I was in your shoes. I'm just here to let you know, we also bought Activision Blizzard. And that's when Sony's like, what? Dude, that's when Sony is coming out. That's when Sony jumps out of their chair and is saying, they're lawyers, of course, saying, they can't do that. They can't do that. That's not fair. That's too much. They can't own that. And you better believe that Phil's lawyer, Microsoft's lawyer, they're going to come out and they're going to say, no, we can do that. And here's why. See all that stuff you do, your exclusivity, your third-party exclusives. Look at you. You're the market leader. You were the best. You were on top. You're still the market leader. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do this? And that's the thing is Sony does take the L here because they can't do anything. Microsoft is right. Like Microsoft is literally just saying, Sony, you pay for timed exclusivity. You pay for third-party exclusivity and you pay to block games from Game Pass. So we're paying for a publisher to compete. And I hate to say it, but yeah, Microsoft has Sony by the balls here. They do. That's why I said earlier, Microsoft is playing chess. And it's not that it's like destroying Sony. And that's where people take it too far, where it's like, Sony's done. No, it's not like that. It's just, this is dude, Sony was vicious. Sony is vicious. Sony is cutthroat. Sony wants to win. Sony never hid the fact that they wanted to win. And I see somebody saying, and I'm going to get to these super chats, guys. I apologize. I just want to make sure I get this out. I see somebody saying it's not the same. You're right. It's not necessarily the same, but this is where I'll put it to you this way. When Sony made the decision that they're going to try to pay for exclusives, third-party exclusives, timed exclusives, they're going to try to keep games from Xbox on top of doing their own exclusives, of course. When they decided to really double down on this with the PS4 generation and even with some of the PS5 generation, I'm telling you, Sony was not anticipating that this is how Microsoft was going to respond. I'm telling you, Sony's people need to understand Sony and Microsoft are not friends. They are not friends. I know that there are people who talk like they're great with each other. Dude, let's get one thing clear here. Let's exist in reality for a second. At multiple points in time, Microsoft and Sony wanted each other gone out of the industry. Sony was at their worst point when they had no competition. Sony became their most arrogant, and they thought that they were untouchable. And that's when Microsoft swooped in for the kill. And you better believe that if Microsoft could have killed Sony, killed the PlayStation brand, oh yeah, they would have done it. But Sony wasn't just going to let that happen, right? Sony wasn't just going to let that happen. So Sony was like, okay, you want to come at us like that? We're humbled, but we're coming back, and we're coming back harder than ever. And that's what they did with the PS4 generation. Again, Sony was absolutely cutthroat. Sony almost murdered the Xbox brand, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong. Microsoft made their own mistakes as well, and they contributed to that, but Sony exploited that as much as they could. And Sony, again, they went for the jugular any opportunity they got, and they were relentless. And you better believe the PlayStation fan base loved every moment of it. You better believe that the PlayStation fan base was like, yeah, dude, this is Sony, and they're not playing around. So all I'm saying is what comes around goes around, guys. And this is Sony's, comeuppance. Really, it is. It's like, this is what you have to deal with now. I know people talk about like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that it's a big deal. It's not like this is killing Sony, and it's not like Sony's killing Microsoft. But this is like the first time where Microsoft did actually, like Sony really did wake the giant, the sleeping giant. And I feel like I have to emphasize that here because I know that fanboys will run with that when I say Sony woke the sleeping giant, like, oh, well, PlayStation's going to get crushed. No, dude. Sony was not banking on, well, I don't know if banking is the right word, but Sony was certainly caught off guard when they discovered that, hold on now, Phil Spencer has access to all of Microsoft's bank account. They're no longer working on a fixed budget here. And the day that Sony learned that was the day that they realized that, okay, we poked the beehive now. And, I know that this sounds maybe overly dramatic, and I did warn you guys that I was going to basically, overemphasize it a little bit, but I'm just, the point that I'm trying to get at here, is that at the end of the day, the people who are running Xbox and the people who are running PlayStation are businessmen, and they have a job to do. And their job is to make sure that they never put themselves in a position where the competition could ultimately eradicate them or completely destroy them. And by Sony feeling the need, if anything, I would say if there's anything that Xbox fans should get out of this, it's that by Sony paying to block games from going to Game Pass, it does validate Game Pass, as it should. I think it would be foolish of Sony to sit back and say Game Pass is fine and we don't ever have to worry about it. That would be weird because that's how you get caught off guard. That's what Sony did with the PS3. They came in and they literally were not worried about anything. Like, they did not see Microsoft in their rearview mirror. They didn't. And this time they're not making that same mistake. But I will say that things certainly have reached a new level where, I cannot sit here and look at Xbox fans who are saying Sony is scummy and they're wrong and they're messed up for blocking games from going to Game Pass. Okay, I can understand where you're coming from, but what I would also like to say is, did Microsoft not just buy all of Bethesda and make all of their games? No. Remove all of their games from PlayStation. All of their future games from releasing on PlayStation. Did they not just do that? I see Game Pass in the chat saying, LOL, it is scummy. I'm just asking, because to me it's like, how do you not see that this is just two giant corporate entities trading blows, trying to hurt one another to get ahead? MBG, can you point out that buying publishers literally means blocking the game to be released on future rival subscription services? There we go, Perth. Does any more need to be said? Does any more need to be said? But that's not scummy? That's not scummy? Only Sony's scummy, right? Only Sony? Actually, last time I checked, Sony acquired Bungie, and both Sony and Bungie made it clear that everything is releasing on Xbox. Like, they're not withholding anything. I mean, at this point, you could conceivably see a Bungie game. The way Sony talks about it, you could conceivably see a Bungie game releasing on Game Pass. I don't think that's going to happen. That would be bizarre, but I mean, the way they're talking about it, I bet you Bungie was like, we're allowed to release our games on Game Pass, right? And Sony's like, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Just sign the paper. This is why I'm saying it's like, this conversation ultimately means nothing. This news ultimately means nothing. The reason why it means nothing is because, guys, this is the way it's always been. This is the way it will continue to be. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Exclusivity is part of this industry. It's part of every industry. It is just something that is inherently tied to competition and to businesses that are in competition with one another. I know people are going to want to believe that, Sony trying to keep things off of Xbox, whether it be their services, their platform, or that Microsoft buying publishers and removing stuff from PlayStation's future, from being able to release on the PlayStation services or their platform. There are going to be people who argue back and forth about, which is worse than the other. Pick your poison. Which one's worse than the other? Which one's better than the other? Who's more wrong? Who's more scummy? And it's like, it doesn't matter, because they will both do whatever they have to do to get ahead. I see people saying that exclusivity is not blocking. How not? How is it? I really need somebody. I see a lot of people saying, and this is fine. Like, I'm just, it's just me solo here, and I'm not. I know I'm probably going to sound a little bit like aggressive, and I apologize. I'm not trying to be aggressive at all. I'm seriously asking somebody to explain to me if these are two different things, right? Like, blocking is not the same as exclusivity. Then please explain to me what the difference is. I would like to know. Only because, to me, genuinely, like, it sounds like the same thing. Like, for example, Sony paying, Square Enix to not release Final Fantasy VII Remake on Xbox or Xbox Game Pass. How is that different? Like, couldn't you just change the terminology to Sony is paying Square Enix to block this game from going to that platform and that? I'm open to seeing how people. So Payne says exclusivity equals not coming to other consoles, blocking from going to Game Pass, but not Xbox is not exclusivity. I mean, I feel like we're beginning to get into the semantics of it here, and let me see. They would do both if they could. Exclusivity is keeping it to yourself. Blocking is stopping it from Game Pass. Game Pass is still a service, not a platform. So it seems to me that what it comes down to, what basically, if I'm reading this right, and I'm gonna read these super chats right after I say this, I promise. If I'm reading this right, what people are basically trying to communicate or convey is that Sony seems more scummy for blocking because they're not willing to actually pay for exclusivity. Like, they'll pay just enough to request to ask a publisher, like, don't put this. You can put this on Xbox, just don't put it on the service. And so, okay, like, I can kind of see that. I could see that. Well, you know what? Now that I'm kind of going through it a little bit more here, I can see how that's more annoying, because it's like it does seem. So from a PlayStation fan's perspective, for me, that is kind of annoying, because it's like, well, Sony, if you're going to pay to block it from Game Pass, you may as well just go the whole 9 yards and just pay for the exclusivity of the game, you know? But you know, at the same time, doesn't it kind of make sense why Sony would do that? Doesn't it kind of make sense why Sony would do that? Because the more I think about it, I'm like, the only reason Sony would do that is because they're genuinely afraid that if X game or Y game, whatever game that they're paying to not ever make its way to Game Pass, like Resident Evil 8 or Resident Evil Village, it makes sense that they would be afraid that if Microsoft were to cut a check for that game to go to Game Pass, we could potentially lose millions of sales. Maybe, I mean, I don't know if it's millions, but that will sway people, you know? And that's why it's like, I can't, I'm not saying it isn't a dirty move, but dude, it was always going to be this way though, man. This is fascinating. This is genuinely an interesting point where we're at, because we are now seeing truly like the divergent paths. I've been talking about this, how Xbox is going this way and Sony's going this way. Sony's saying, this is what's always worked for us. We're sticking to it. And Microsoft, they're sneaky, man. They're sneaky themselves, because they knew this was going to happen at some point. Microsoft knew that as Game Pass becomes more successful, but most importantly, and here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Microsoft, this is why I'm saying Microsoft really is playing chess, because they can look like the good guy no matter what. And that's such a, you want to talk about a money hat move, man. You want to talk about like being able to just come out and be like, you can't do what we do. This is Microsoft's vault, man, the war chest, where Microsoft could conceivably cut a check. Let's think of a Hogwarts Legacy. Here we go. You want to talk about a game that Sony probably struck a deal where it's like, please, we're going to, like, our marketing terms for this, we'll pay you X amount of money. You can't release this on Game Pass. I bet you Hogwarts Legacy is one of these games. The idea, dude, oh man, it's so funny to think that Sony knows what Microsoft can do. And Microsoft can come in, they can walk into WB's office or get on a call and say, hey, WB, this Hogwarts Legacy game you got coming out seems like it's going to be pretty big. Seems like a lot of people are gonna want to buy it. How much do you want to bring that into Game Pass? Day one at launch. How much do you want? Whatever they ask, Microsoft could, boom, there you go. There's your money. We'll enjoy the increase in our subscriber base. Dude, that's deadly for Sony, man. That is deadly for Sony, because Sony is Microsoft has literally forced Sony into wearing the black hat, man. And to be fair, Sony has put themselves here because they chose to stick with their business model, which I'm okay with. But if you think about Sony's options at that point, Sony has two options. Well, they have three options. Number one, Sony could do what they're doing now and basically pay. They could pay WB, obviously not nearly as much money for full exclusivity, because I don't think Sony could afford that. I don't think it would make financial sense for them to do that, but they can pay enough to where it's like, look, you can get the sales from Xbox, the full price sales, but we can't allow you to take that check from Microsoft. We'll pay you this amount, and hopefully that's more appealing, and you'll take that, you know? And I mean, if you think about it from the publisher's perspective, they're probably just looking at it as like, this is just extra money that we didn't think we would need, right? Or not need, but we didn't think we would get. So from a publisher perspective, you're going to likely take that deal from Sony, especially when, you know, your game's probably going to already sell really well. The other thing that Sony could do if they wanted is they could just do nothing. And I feel like that's kind of why people are upset right now, because they're like, Sony, you shouldn't be paying this money. This isn't right for Game Pass owners, and you're not paying for full exclusivity, so it's just this weird kind of scummy in-between where you're just literally paying to keep it off of this one spot. And so to a lot of people, that just comes off as like, why are you doing that? So Sony could not block it, but what does that mean for their sales? What does that mean for a game? For a game like Hogwarts Legacy or a game like Resident Evil, when Microsoft swoops on it and they're like, you could pay full price on PlayStation and own the game, or you could just subscribe to Game Pass on your PC, on your Samsung TV, through your phone, potentially, you know, on your Xbox, wherever. And I feel like it's kind of obvious why Sony isn't just going to sit back and take that chance. The third thing Sony could do, and this is maybe, I think what, if I had to advocate for anything, it would maybe be this, right? It would maybe be this, because so you guys want to tell me that paying to block something and exclusivity are two different things. Okay. With that in mind, if Sony were to pay for anything at that point, then I would advocate just pay for full exclusivity. Go the whole 9 yards, or don't do anything at all. Because if this in-between you're in right now, hold on, I gotta, this in-between that PlayStation is in right now, apparently it's just, you know, it's not a good look for them. But that's the thing. How much more money do you think Sony would have to pay for full exclusivity? You know, how much money would Sony pay to block it from Game Pass versus how much would you need to make this game exclusive? And so I kind of feel like, at that point, I don't know. Could Sony afford that? Would that be ultimately detrimental for them? Billions, potentially. I mean, if you're talking about some of the biggest games, yeah, potentially. So it's a kind of like a strategic thing if you think about it, where it's like, how much can you gain versus how much could you potentially lose versus what are you retaining? And I feel like at the end of the day, what this reveals, and I feel like this is maybe the conclusion I come to, because I know I'm really going on and on about this, but the conclusion I come to with this is that this reveals that Game Pass, Microsoft, more importantly, not just Game Pass, but Microsoft's ability to cut checks at a whim, and buy publishers and make deals, it is definitely hurting Sony, or at the very least, Sony sees the potential damage that could be done to them. And so Sony paying to block games from Game Pass is their way to try to mitigate and at least, you know, prevent serious damage, because Sony's losing. Sony's wasting money potentially. I mean, I don't know if it's a waste. They're doing it for a reason, but they have to take money that they would have otherwise kept and had and could put into game development, and now they now feel the need to pay this money and throw it at a publisher to say, please just don't put this on Game Pass. You can't. We'll give you this money, just don't put it on Game Pass. That's crazy. Like that's crazy. And again, if anything, it really does validate the Game Pass model. And so I guess at this point, I wonder, maybe this is another reason why. Maybe this is another reason why Sony created PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, because they maybe figured, look, if we're gonna start paying to block games from Game Pass, at least if we have our own service, PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, you know, in the future, it'll basically be like we could technically pay for service exclusivity. You see what I'm saying? See, we're really getting into the semantics here, but you know, it's fascinating. Anyway, I do apologize, guys. I'm like really behind in these super chats, and I was supposed to read them a while ago. Let me see. Where am I at here? Sorry, I have to figure out where my last... All right, here we go. Magnum Visuals. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying, just like when they were saying that Sony is petrified because they can't compete with Call of Duty, all talk for the lawyers, yet people believe Sony too, LOL. Yeah, and that's the thing here, Magnum Visuals. We do have more to cover with this topic, but I don't know that these are topics that really we should be focused on at all. I mean, both Xbox fans and PlayStation fans, only because, like, yeah, this is corporate lawyer speak, is what it is, and it's like I said, it's literally Sony and Microsoft trying to, their lawyers trying to trade blows with one another, and it's all in the name of trying to not sway us. They notice how both Microsoft and Sony don't really care right now about what's being said by the press and us. It's because they're focused on what the regulators are. They swaying the regulators, you know? Are the regulators now looking at Sony and being like, gasp, you're paying to block games from Game Pass? You know what, Microsoft, go ahead, take Activision, just take them. You know, like that's what's going on here. That's what Microsoft is trying to edge on, and Sony's really trying to put on the act where it's like, but if we lose Call of Duty, what'll happen to us, sir? You know, it's kind of sad. It's actually pretty sad to see what's happening right now. But that's why I don't know that we should pay too much attention to this, because it's like, come on, you know, like Sony behind the scenes is furious, is absolutely pissed that Microsoft is out here buying publishers, and dude, you know Microsoft, you know that Phil Spencer has a shit-eating grin behind the scenes, like, well, they wanted competition, so we're giving it to them, you know, and you know that this is what's going on, and I don't know. It's bizarre, man. But it is corporate lawyer speak at the end of the day, more than anything. Magnum Visuals, again, you're saying just like, or sorry. Magnum Visuals, again, you're saying Microsoft paid GameStop to sell Xbox consoles over PS5. Did they really? When did that happen? I don't remember. Was that ever a thing? That's pretty crazy if true. Magnum Visuals, you're saying when Microsoft owns a company, they kill them like Rare. I mean, yeah, I know that some people view it like that. We'll see. I mean, it's too early to tell, man. Xbox leadership in 2022 is very different than back in 2002 when they acquired Rare. I think that's when they acquired them. So we'll have to see what they do with Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda. I mean, look, I know that people think I'm like totally against Xbox to the point where like I would never say something like this. But I look, if it's going to happen. If I'm just saying, if Microsoft is going to get Bethesda, they already do, and they're going to get Activision, I hope that good things come of it. Like, I'm not hoping that things get worse for these studios, or that we get worse games, you know, like I'm not hoping for that, contrary to what some people might think. Axis Hawk, you're saying Sony curb stomped the Xbox One. There's huge competition now. It's yeah, and it's like I said at the beginning, you know, like Xbox fell to the very bottom and they had to start over, and their starting over point was with Game Pass, and look at where we are now, you know. Michael Lynch, you're saying 38 likes and 800 people watching. What a bunch of D-bags. I'm about 20 or so minutes behind, so that may have changed. Yeah, no worries, dude. I'm at 424 likes, which is awesome. Not 38. That would be probably a little bit concerning. Maybe it was just delayed on your end. But yeah, nice little plug for hit that like button, guys. PS Previewer 100, thank you. You're saying, all I know is that a new MAG game, if done right, could rival Call of Duty. You know, I want to say this too. Something we did talk about with this was last week, but I did want to say something and add something on to what I had mentioned last week. Sony basically came out and talked about like how Call of Duty's unrivaled. Again, a Sony lawyer, it's worth noting, a Sony lawyer came out and was like, Call of Duty's unrivaled. Nothing else could compete with it. Yada, yada, yada. Basically just making it sound like Call of Duty's untouchable. I don't like that side of Sony at all. Like as a PlayStation player and fan, I don't appreciate that from Sony, because like, have some faith in yourself. Like seriously, have some faith in your development talent, in your teams, in your studios. To me, that just seems kind of like a slap to the face of your own brand, where it's like, don't be that pathetic, you know? Even if it's the truth, though. Even if it's the truth, I understand that. Like, I know that people are like, look, you know, that's just the reality. Even if it is, don't say it. Like, come on, man. Like, is that how, like, if there's two teams in the Super Bowl and one is or a championship game, and one is very clearly like the favorite and has like a lot of advantages, and the chances of them winning are like way higher, right? Is that team's coach supposed to come out and be like, you know what? I think we're going to lose, and I really don't think we're going to win this. Our team's just we're not on the same level. We're not able to compete with this team. We'll give it our best shot. But it's looking dire. It's like, no. And that's why I'm saying I don't know that this is even worth covering, because I don't think Sony is actually operating like that behind the scenes. Like, I don't think Sony is walking around like, I don't think Sony's visiting Deviation Games. Like, could you imagine Herman Holst is in a meeting with Deviation Games and he's like, so Deviation Games, what are your ambitions for your PlayStation exclusive? And Jason Blundell's, well, you know, we have a rich history with Call of Duty. You know, we're the team behind Black Ops and Zombies, and we're thinking if we get enough funding and support, and we can build our team, and we have the right know-how and the right spirit, we could maybe create the new Call of Duty, something to rival it. And Herman Holst is like, no, you can't. You definitely can't do that. So don't even try, because Call of Duty is unrivaled. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way they're operating that way behind the scenes, because it doesn't make any sense. It's a defeatist mindset. It's a defeatist attitude. And I just think it is kind of a sad play for Sony lawyer. I know it's business speak, it's corporate lawyer speaking, but I don't think Sony should have said that. I don't think Sony should have let their lawyer say that, because it's like, Sony, you really think you're going to block this from going through? You really think a regulator is going to be like, well, Sony's the only one here who said something kind of negative, and they're going to be like, we should just block it now? No, I think Sony should just say whatever, man. Whatever, you know, like, they bought Activision Blizzard. It's going to go through. Now you're, if you want Call of Duty, well, either A, hope that it still releases on your platform, or B, do something about it, you know? So it is what it is. I just wanted to mention that, because you're saying it's strategic, MVG. I know, guys. Trust me. I even though it just sucks, because it's like, who, you know, if you're a PlayStation fan, you're out here like, Sony, come on, man. Why are you why are you coming out here like a defeatist? But hey, man, That's the thing. If there's anything that reveals just how much this is just a business and it's about the bottom line, it's stuff like that, you know? So we'll see how it plays out when it comes to Call of Duty. As for MAG, it would be very interesting to see Sony try to make a modern day MAG. I feel like that game was a little bit ahead of its time. Like, it was a little bit overly ambitious. If they could get the right, like, maybe that's what Deviation Games could make, something like that. Here's another good one. I could imagine Jason Blundell calling up Herman Hulst and be like, Herman, we saw what you guys had to say about Call of Duty. What gives? I thought you believed in us. We're trying to make our own Call of Duty. You don't have faith in us? Herman's like, no, man, no, that's just lawyer speak, bro. Don't worry about it. We don't mean that. We know you're gonna make the Call of Duty killer. You got it, man. I can see something like that happening too. Obviously, I'm kidding. You know, even somebody like Jason Blundell, all these guys at least they know the score. They know they know what's going on. It's just so funny to imagine these scenarios, though. Goldcast, you're saying an Xbox said Call of Duty will still be on PlayStation. We're gonna read that in just a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that too. Kendallfire22, you're saying, isn't blocking games going to Game Pass better than paying for exclusivity? Xbox players still got to play the game, just not in Game Pass. Imagine if it was exclusive. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why I feel like Xbox fans who were upset, maybe it's like, you have literally witnessed Sony pay a lot of money. You've witnessed Sony pay a lot of money to actually keep an entire game off of the platform completely. I mean, if I were them, I'd be like, well, geez, at least they're not... Sure, I can't play it on Game Pass, and that sucks, but at least I can still play it on my platform of choice. You know what I mean? So it's like, if anybody has maybe the right to be a little bit upset, I do think it's both PlayStation fans and Xbox subscribers, or Game Pass subscribers, but yeah, that's a fact, man. It could be worse for Xbox fans if Sony's like, you know what, we're going to pay to make Hogwarts Legacy. We'll pay whatever amount. We're going to make Hogwarts Legacy exclusive. It's not releasing on Xbox. Resident Evil Village, we'll pay that money. I don't think it's a wise move strategically speaking. If it was, Sony would have done it. But if Sony were to really go crazy and be like, we're going to do that, wouldn't that be worse? Wouldn't it be just worse if you couldn't buy Resident Evil 8 on Xbox at all? I think it would be. That'd be like if Microsoft was like, this game's going to release on Xbox and day and date on Game Pass, and it's still going to release on PlayStation, but just not on PlayStation Plus. That's kind of the situation, right? It's like somebody mentioned earlier about Bethesda and Activision Blizzard games. They're not going to release on PlayStation Plus ever. Literally ever. Again, the only way you will ever be able... Bethesda games aren't even releasing on PlayStation in general, but for games like Call of Duty, you only will be able to pay full price. Isn't that like... It's just kind of the same thing at the end of the day. They're both kind of doing the same thing, just in different ways. But it just looks worse for Sony because, Sony isn't doing the Game Pass model. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, aren't the publishers the ones that come out saying their games are not going to Game Pass because they don't want to hurt their sales, like Take-Two said? Oh, yeah, dude. Like, that's why... Why do you think Microsoft, as of right now, they don't have any major third-party games lined up? See, that's the thing is, I think the only time Sony is willing to ever pay a block fee is if they catch wind that there's any chance at all that this publisher would consider taking the deal and taking that check, taking the bag, as they say. But that's the advantage that Sony does have, where it's like, yeah, you would think that most publishers would actually not want their games on Game Pass at first because they want to get full sales. And that's what Sony's advocating for. Microsoft isn't advocating for full game sales anymore. They're not. They still allow it, obviously, and it will always be an option, but that's not what Microsoft advocates for. Microsoft advocates for Game Pass. And, for most publishers, that's not what they're, publishers are hoping for one of two things. Either they sell millions of copies of their game, or they get a knock on their door from Microsoft saying, we'll pay you the difference. So, Happy Cloud Gamer says PlayStation thinks it's unfair to have competition now. And that's what I'm saying, dude. Like the one aspect to this where I think Sony from a perception standpoint is taking an L is it's like, Sony, you can't do that, man. Like, you can't come out here and dish it out and then act like, when the competition actually kind of maybe swings at your face and hits you a good time, you get hit. You can't be like, wait a second, So, how, MBG? You just said it's business talk. How is this an L? I just mean public perception-wise. And that's the problem with business sometimes is, how business is conducted behind the scenes doesn't look very good publicly. When we can see what's going on behind the scenes, you realize that this is just not cool, But again, it's reality. There's nothing that can be done. It won't ever change. Billy Too Smooth, a member for 28 months. Greatness awaits. Thank you, man. You're saying need that summer showcase. We have no clue what Sony has in the works. Sony has that showcase and the narrative will change this month or next, MBG. I think the showcase is going to be in September. Maybe the second week of September. Maybe the third week, potentially. I feel like that would be pushing it a little bit, but I could see it. Actually, the third week would make more sense to give The Last of Us its time to shine, if you want to call it that, because we all know how that's going to go down. But I'm thinking the second or third week of September. I don't think it's going to happen. The reason why I don't think it's going to happen this month is because there's Gamescom. And as far as we know, I don't think there's any. Are there any other gaming events in September? I don't think so. So I just feel like that month is entirely clear for Sony. Like, why, kind of getting in Gamescom's way or risk Gamescom getting in your way? I don't think it makes sense. Is Tokyo Game Show, is that in September? I forgot about that. Yeah. When in September? Well, I guess at that point, yeah, it doesn't matter then. Sony should just do it whenever. I don't know why I was under the impression that there were no other events in September. Terrence Williams saying, I like that mug. Where'd you get it? I actually think I got it off of Amazon, dude. I popped up one day on my Amazon like recommendations. It was just like a PlayStation mug, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I think it was like $7 or something. So, okay, Kapapa, you're saying the good news is PS5 availability is increasing. Weekly sales quantity hitting almost 250K. Yes, dude, that's why I'm saying I think another reason why Sony has been very quiet, maybe more so than normal, is because of that, dude. It's because they've been struggling, and so is Xbox. But it's more imperative that Sony fixes the supply issue than it is for Microsoft, because Sony's business model is still very much reliant on the console. And so something I do want to point out is Sony sold, I think, 2.4 million PS5s this last quarter, which is not a lot. That's not a lot. And that's clearly due to having, still a supply issue. But what's worth noting is Sony did not change their forecast for selling 18 million units in the fiscal year. That means that they are extremely confident in the next 3 quarters that they're going to have way more PS5s to sell and a lot more people are going to buy them. So good stuff. Good stuff, I think. Fabrice Paul, you're saying for the first time in 20 years, Sony fights Microsoft and not Xbox, and they will regret to try to block this deal. Microsoft is mad, really mad. Fabrice, I actually think that's a really good way to put it. I do think Sony fought the entirety of Microsoft with the original Xbox, but the PS2 was just so dominant and so ahead, and there was no way that Microsoft was going to catch up and even, stand even really a chance because they're brand new to the market. It's a very hard market to enter, but you're right. This is the first time where Microsoft, it's not just the Xbox brand that Sony is fighting. It is the entirety of Microsoft. And that is absolutely something that, when Phil Spencer said that Sony and Nintendo aren't our competition, Apple, Google, Amazon, these are our competitors, that's something that kind of puts things in perspective, where the reason why Phil Spencer can say that is because he knows that Sony can't afford what they can. He knows that, and Sony knows that too. And so I've always said this, guys, ever since Microsoft kind of shook up the industry by buying publishers, somewhat unexpectedly. I think we can all agree that no one really saw that coming. Like, it just happened. I've always said that I don't want to see the industry consolidate this way. I don't blame Microsoft for competing this way. But what I want, just me, putting everything else aside, I just want Sony to do two things. One, I want them to look at their own studios, look at their own brand, and just hunker down, man. Hunker down to where it's like Microsoft could buy the entire industry, but they can't buy you. So put your eggs in that basket. And I think Sony's already doing that. They've been doing that. But I want to see that really pushed now, where it's like, Sony, you're good. You're like one of the best in the industry, but how much better can you be? Focus on that. That's what I want to see. I want to see the focus on development talent. And that's, I think Sony has been doing this. There's a reason why they bought Bungie. There's a reason why, they're so excited about Haven Studio. There's a reason why they're growing their studios. There's a reason why they bought Firesprite. And Firesprite is literally like 400 to 500 developers working on 5 to 6 games. Sony is doing this. And so I'm happy to see that. And I want to see it continue. But the other thing I want to see Sony do is I just want to see them make sure that they are willing, ready and willing when need be to pivot in order to make sure that they're not going to run the risk of, by losing the race, just kind of like being stuck in the mud and being left behind because suddenly now Google's entering and Amazon's entering. I'm just under the belief that if Sony really just focuses on doing what they've always done and doing what they do best, they can't lose. Because it's about what is at the heart of this. And that may sound dramatic to some people, but it's not dramatic. I think it's just the truth. It's with anything. What is at the heart of all this? Truly, what is it? It's not about a GPU or CPU or a console or even necessarily a controller. It's not about, developers and what they're saying. It's not about lawyers and what they're saying. It's not about business practices. It's not about the business deals. It's just about the games. It's about the great games. It's about the experiences that you have with these games. And that's why I'm saying, like, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nintendo, whatever, I'm not going to say Nintendo because Nintendo made it clear they're not really part of this acquisition war. But all of these multi-billion, trillion-dollar entities, you can do what you want with your money. You can buy this, you can buy that, you can have it all. But I truly believe that there's something at the heart of PlayStation that cannot be bought, you can't put a price on. And I just think that that's something that applies to all of life, And so, that's just kind of where I'm at with all this, where, there'll always be the back and forth and he said, she said, and weird things that Sony's doing, things that Microsoft is doing, Call of Duty this, whatever. But there's a reason why I think all of us have been sitting here for like months and being like, dude, we just can't wait for that PlayStation showcase. Why is that? What is it that we want to see at a PlayStation showcase? Is it Call of Duty? Is it a third-party game? Is it any of that? Is it Sony announcing what games won't be going to Game Pass? No. It's about what Sony is making, what their development studios and their teams are making. That's why we get excited. Maybe some new hardware, right? To enjoy it. That's what it's all about, man. And so, I know that Sony's just going to do what they have to do. Sony can't afford to not care necessarily, but I just hope that internally they actually know what they need to do. Because I know we talk about Sony buying a publisher. Oh, Sony should buy Square Enix. I don't care if they buy Square Enix or not. I don't need Sony, and I don't necessarily even want Sony to buy a publisher. I mean, buy talent, right? Like, buy talent that you feel you can grow and you can benefit from and you can really extract something great out of. But I just feel like Sony's there. I mean, come on. If you talk about like what's at the heart of PlayStation, what's at the heart of gaming, really, that's what I hope remains the focus perpetually. Because we talk about Sony, they want to make movies, they want to embrace mobile, they want to expand and all this stuff, and that's fine. I get it, but I just hope that remains the core pillar, the foundation. So. I see somebody saying, isn't it funny how Xbox fans said Call of Duty was trash and Halo Infinite was better, and now here we are? Yeah, but I feel like if any, like I don't think many Xbox people were actually saying that, but it's like no different if you think about it during the 360 days. Remember when Microsoft had the marketing rights for Call of Duty for the 360 and Sony didn't? And I'm sure at that time there were a lot of PlayStation fans who were like, who cares? Call of Duty sucks. And then with the PS4 generation, Sony gets the marketing rights to Call of Duty. And it's like, yeah, that's right. Call of Duty's in the house now. I mean, come on. It's the seesaw effect. It's how it goes, And that's why I'm saying, like, I think it would be beneficial for everybody to just kind of look past that and be like, do you like Call of Duty or not? It's okay to like Call of Duty. It's okay to not like it, What I feel like isn't okay is like constantly weaponizing everything. And again, I'm guilty of that. I'm not saying I'm innocent, but I'm trying to get better with it. And I feel like Sony the Sony lawyer making those comments, like basically made it really easy to weaponize Call of Duty. Like you literally just weaponized it. You didn't have to do that. All right, let me see here. Swizz242, you're saying devs, no Xbox, don't buy games. So the Game Pass bag, it is. Well, yeah, dude. And you can't blame Microsoft. Microsoft has to they have to leverage their strengths, right? That's what they have to do. All right, let me keep this rolling here. Here's another good one. Microsoft responds to Sony's concerns of Call of Duty Xbox exclusivity status. Microsoft has offered a lengthy rebuttal to Sony's concerns over its rival making Call of Duty Xbox exclusive if or when Microsoft the purchase of Activision Blizzard goes through. At the beginning of August, Sony answered a questionnaire from regulators in Brazil about the potential impact of the acquisition, believing that the Call of Duty franchise, is so influential that it could be considered a gaming category all its own. Microsoft has now accepted the challenge, refuting Sony's claims one by one. Microsoft's full response is understandably long, given that it's a statement to regulators, and so it was translated, but it says here, in general, Microsoft reminds Sony and regulators that the publisher and Activision Blizzard will still face heavy competition. It notes that other third parties like Ubisoft, Riot, Amazon, and Google, who also responded to the questionnaire, have named popular alternate franchises that Call of Duty still has to compete with. In this regard, Microsoft says that, not surprisingly, Sony was the only third party to convey public opinion that was different from Microsoft and the other third parties. It describes Sony's claims that Call of Duty is a game category in itself as simply unjustifiable under any quantitative or qualitative analysis. Microsoft shared data, some redacted, showing that the franchise is only one of several best-selling games on the market today. In addition, Call of Duty would not be essential to Xbox Game Pass, as Sony says it is, because the service has been successful without Activision Blizzard games thus far. It points to Nintendo's console platform and Epic Games' PC store as other successes that don't need Call of Duty to compete effectively. So this, to me, this is extremely interesting, because this is a like genuine rebuttal from Microsoft that Sony can't refute, where it's like, Sony, what are you going to say, man? Like, they're just saying, look, you can still be competitive. You are still competitive. And there are other, there are other platforms out there that are competitive in their own right. I just think it's funny, because it's like, I mean, come on, like, again, it's all lawyer speak, but interesting nonetheless that Microsoft is going this far. The final paragraph here says that Microsoft reasserts that Call of Duty will still be available on PlayStation platforms, though reading between the lines, it seems clear that the franchise will be available through Xbox Game Pass, but not through the PlayStation Plus tier-based service. PlayStation console owners will be able to have access to Activision Blizzard content, including Call of Duty, through traditional buy-to-play channels. That's a quote, by the way. Let me read that again. This is a quote from Microsoft. They said that access to Activision Blizzard content, including Call of Duty, through traditional buy-to-play channels. So, yeah, this is where it's like Sony... It just becomes clear that Sony is feeling the pressure of no longer having the marketing rights to Call of Duty, no longer being able to get those small exclusivity bonuses for Call of Duty, and most importantly, not being able to offer Call of Duty in a subscription service like Microsoft will. So that that's the pressure that Sony's facing. The final thing here is how Microsoft apparently believes that Sony will benefit from launching first-party games onto PS Plus. It says, in the midst of an ongoing spat, yada, 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 as spotted by the folks over at Kotaku, part of the document released to Brazilian authorities reads this, quote, Sony could be able to leverage the high quality of their first-party games even more by making them available on PlayStation Plus at launch day. Such a strategy might be able to quickly speed up the growth of the service's user base. Sorry if you guys can hear. My son's clearly upset out there, so he might be coming through the mic. Such a strategy might be able to quickly speed up the growth of the service's user base as a response to the competitive pressure of Game Pass or any other service, and the strategy is not adopted by Sony, even when it comes to the new and updated PlayStation Plus. Such a move by Sony could make PlayStation Plus even more attractive in order to be able to rival eventual strategies by competing game publishers to the benefit of gamers. So that was quite a mouthful, but essentially what you need to know about that is like Microsoft is pretty much, and again, like this is where Sony is put in between a rock and a hard place, where Microsoft is saying to regulators that, look, all Sony has to do if they're worried about being able to compete with us now that we're going to be able to put Activision Blizzard games like Call of Duty into Game Pass, is all they have to do is just make their own games available onto PlayStation Plus. If they can do that, then they'll compete. Sorry. So, I do agree with this. I don't know that Sony is in a position to be able to refute that. It's that the only thing Sony can do is turn around and say, well, we don't want to do that. That's not our business model. And they'll say, well, why are you not doing that? And they'll say, because we might lose market share. We might, we might fall down. We might not be able to be the market leader. And it's, I'm just saying Sony's fighting a losing battle here. They're absolutely fighting a losing battle. And that's why I don't really plan to cover this anymore going forward, regardless of what's said. I mean, if we get more interesting information about what's going on behind the scenes, I'll cover it. But right now, it's just simply Sony's doing their thing, and that's that. Sony's doing their thing, Microsoft's doing their thing. What is going on in the chat here, man? Thank you to my mods. I'm like getting super distracted here, losing my thought because I'm like, what's going on over here? But yeah, I don't think that this is really worth covering anymore because it is what it is. Sony, this is where Sony is going to have to find their own way to continue to remain the leader. And they're not going to have to, they're not going to be able to rely on Call of Duty. They're not going to be able to rely on Bethesda games anymore if they were relying on them at all. And they're not going to be able to rely on probably most other Activision Blizzard titles. And this is where it's like, Sony, you got to, again, double down on what you need to double down on because that's what's going to save your ass. And stop being worried about Call of Duty because it's gone, they have the deal for Modern Warfare 2 and I think the next Call of Duty, but that's it, man. This is Microsoft's now, and have confidence in yourself. I don't know if Sony could produce their own Call of Duty. I don't know. Microsoft couldn't, Sony didn't, and couldn't. Maybe they could in the future, but at the very least, I think they should try to be confident that maybe they can find their own way. So that's pretty much it for that topic. I don't think that there's much else to be said. Sony, blocking games from going to Game Pass. Surprise, surprise. Hopefully, wow, that's my screen's really bright there. Hopefully, Sony will not have to worry about paying more money to block games further. Hopefully, in the future, what they will do is they can just kind of, I don't know, do their own thing and have their own titles that you don't have to worry about anymore, So let's move on to Forspoken. I want to talk a little bit about this because there is some conversation. By the way, guys, let me see. We have over 700 people here still hanging out with me, which is awesome. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, especially for so long. Before we move on to Forspoken, because I definitely want to talk a little bit about that, please do me a favor and hit that like button. We can definitely crush 500 likes. Let's see if we can get to 600. But I came across this article, and it says Forspoken's latest trailer becomes the subject of memes. And it says here, the latest Forspoken trailer has turned the game into meme fodder well ahead of its launch. Forspoken admittedly looks pretty rough from what we've been shown thus far. This is what the article's stating, with fans hoping that its delay to January 2023 will result in an overall improvement. However, its latest trailer has people convinced that Forspoken might just be a lost cause. One look at the replies suggests that people are concerned about narration here. To be clear, it's not actress Ella Balinska who's being criticized. Folks are simply trying to figure out the type of audience Forspoken is geared towards, considering the lack of maturity in dialogue and narrative thus far. Some people have defended the trailer, arguing that protagonist Frey Holland is a young girl from New York City and her delivery of dialogue accurately reflects that. Others have said that with names like Amy Hennig and Todd Stashwick and Gary Whitta attached to Forspoken, the quality of work seen so far is shockingly poor. And so, there were a lot of memes being made. And the first thing I want to say right off the bat is it's unfortunate that this is happening in Forspoken, but my God, have you guys seen some of the memes? Have you guys seen some of the memes that have come out of this? They are very funny, but I want to bring this up. I'm going to play it just through my phone on the microphone on the mic so you can hear it for yourself, so you have context as to what the dialogue sounds like. All right, give me just a second. So I'm going to play it here. This is the dialogue, and this is, what people are not happy about.
So let me get this straight. I'm somewhere that's not what I would call Earth. I'm seeing freaking dragons, and oh yeah, I'm talking to a cock. Yeah, okay, that is something I do now. I do magic, kill jacked up beasts. I'll probably fly next.
And so it's worth noting, because I just played the audio, that there was a lot of gameplay being shown in the background. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to there can never just be a decent conversation for PlayStation, right? Like there can never just be like, it has to be extreme. And I'm just so tired of it, because if I were to say, wow, that dialogue is pretty cringe and I did not like it, that was very bad sounding, I will be attacked by certain people who are like, no, that was amazing. You're not even a real PlayStation fan. Always so negative. If I say, wow, that really wasn't that bad, I actually think it sounds pretty good, I can't wait to play this game, I'm going to get attacked by people who are like, you are a raging fanboy and you will say anything is good. Of course you're going to play the game and defend it. Do you see what I'm saying? So, with that in mind, it's not going to stop me from giving my opinion. No, that dialogue is, to me, very, very atrocious. I think it's a valid argument that some people are saying that that's what somebody might sound like, and that's fine. That doesn't mean that I still wouldn't think they sound cringe. Like, if what you're telling me is that they're supposed to sound cringe, all right, then that's fine. You know, I see what you're saying. I should stop worrying about what people think so much. No, I'm not worried about what people think. I'm just saying it's about the conversation. It's about how, like, it's not that serious. It's just not. Like, if people think it's bad and they think it's humorous and it's turning them off the game, that's fine. They don't have to like it. But if people think it's okay and it's really not bothering them that much and they're still excited to play it, that's fine too. It's always just this extreme, ridiculous behavior where people act like I'll never ever touch a game like that. Like, it's all that, dude. Like, just don't. Okay, you don't like it, don't play it. But then there are people that are like, this game's gonna be 10 out of 10. Like, we have no idea if that's true, man. Like, we have no, like, this is not indicative of a 10 out of 10 game from a story dialogue perspective. I can at least say that, you know? People just get so extreme about it. But for me, I don't like that dialogue. I don't. And even if you were to tell me that that's what it's supposed to sound like, I still don't like it. I don't. I'm not a fan of this, like, it just, I've watched some Marvel content where, like, yeah, like, there's, okay, so right now I'm watching Moon Knight, right? And Moon Knight, I'm not spoiling anything. It's not a spoiler, but I'm just saying that because I know it's new. But the character, Oscar Isaac's character, the way he talks in the show, like, not talks, but the way he's behaving, it sounds similar to a degree to this, you know, to this, where it's very like, like, he's surprised and he's like flustered. He's like, whoa, you know. But I'm telling you, like, this article said that it's not the actress. I think it's the actress. I do. That just sounds like bad voice acting. It does. That, like, those lines in a way kind of do make sense, where it's like, you know, I don't know though. That how I don't know. Maybe it's not the actress, because I don't think, like, I'm talking to a freaking cuff. Like, how do you deliver that good? You're saying, is it because he's using a British accent? No, it's not his accent. I'm saying it's his delivery. Oscar Isaac's delivery is what makes it, like, not seem cringe. Like, it actually seems really believable. But, like, a line like that, then again, I'm thinking to myself, Oscar Isaac saying, I'm talking to a freaking cuff. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to determine because it's such a short clip, right? Like, and there's no context. It's just it's dialogue over gameplay, and I don't know, man. I do not want to pick up Forspoken. I'm telling you, if there's something that will make me drop that game and not even possibly consider not even buying it, is if I see more gameplay and this person is just constantly talking, like constantly, and it's always like just something annoying. I can't do it anymore. Like I'm so tired of that in games. Like I just want, when I'm playing as a character, just occasional things to be said, context things, occasional. That's it. The hell is that noise? What is that noise? Sorry, that was bizarre. I just heard like I don't know what that noise was. Like it sounded like I was being like a notification of some kind. Did you guys hear anything? I heard it. No, it sounded like some kind of like notification or something, and I'm like, that's not my phone. Where is that coming from? I'm going crazy. It's just the voices in my head, guys. No big deal. Anyway, that was really distracting. I don't mind. I don't mind when games decide that. Again, I apologize if you can hear my son coming through the mic. I don't know if you can or not. I don't have my headphones on. I have no idea how loud it is. PS5 giveaway notification? No. You're saying it's Discord? Was it? Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I don't mind when games want to have protagonists that say things, context-driven things occasionally. But it's overdone, man. It's overdone, and I'm just tired of it, man. Like Horizon Forbidden West was like it was almost to a point where I'm like, please just shut up. Like, please just stop talking to yourself every 10 seconds. And I just I can't stand that, man. And I feel like Forspoken is another one of these games where this character is going to be saying something every 10 seconds. And I'm just like, I don't care what you have to say. I don't want to hear you every 10 seconds while I'm just roaming the world and doing stuff, And I really think that, because like I can tolerate some bad dialogue. I can tolerate some bad dialogue. I can tolerate some cringe dialogue. But when it's just like, it's all going, when it's just all going, I all going, like they're firing on all cylinders. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So what was cringy exactly? You're saying someone raided the Discord? Oh. All right. Well, I guess the Discord's going to be on fire for a little bit. Mods, just do what you can. Our Discord sprung a leak. So you're asking me what was cringe about it? Like, dude, I don't know if it's her delivery or what, but hold on one second. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. Okay, I guess I can't do anything. Hold on. Sorry, hold on, guys. I'm just trying to... Whatever, dude. Whatever. I don't even know. Anyway. Yeah, I'll mess with it later. But when I hear that dialogue, when I hear the dialogue for Forspoken, it just doesn't sound natural. It doesn't. I don't. That's that because I'm really wondering if it's the actress. I don't know. But I understand why people are dunking on it. You know, because yeah, dude, it sounds cringe. Like the reason why it sounds cringe to me is because like, again, even if that makes sense, like I'm not into that. Like I'm not into. I'm not. I don't know. It just doesn't appeal to me. You know, like the game itself looks really good. The gameplay looks really good. The environments look really good, and this is why I'm, you know, this is why I'm probably still going to pick up the game because I really like the look of the game, and I'm genuinely interested in the gameplay. It looks pretty unique and fun, but I have been worried about the story, and I have been worried about the dialogue, and I think I'll probably I'll give it the benefit of the doubt at the end of the day. You know, like I'll pick up the game and I'll play it, and I'm gonna hope that it all kind of comes together, and by the end of it, I'm not like, oh my god, that was insufferable. You know what I mean? I hope that's not what ends up happening, but I understand why people are dunking on that because it's just like, all I can think of is when I saw that little trailer that they put out for the game, I'm like, if they had just removed the dialogue and the text and just showed that game as it was, like, that's it. Like, just put that little trailer out, remove the dialogue, remove the text, would have been a lot better, I think, But at the end of the day, gameplay is king, right? Gameplay is king. Let me see. Primal Plasma, you're saying people are giving Forspoken a hard time the same way that they are giving She-Hulk a hard time, but She-Hulk are starting to look good, so will Forspoken. Well, you see, here's the thing, man. And real quick, Josh, you're saying this Yuffie DLC is so cringe, hard to get through. I mean, yeah, like that's the thing, man. Maybe it just comes. I think it comes down to relatability. I really believe that. I really believe that because, like, I don't know. I guess it does. Maybe the delivery does make sense. Maybe the lines and the way they're being spoken does make sense. But I don't know. I've seen people who are like actual writers and stuff, and people who, I've seen like people like professionals like kind of criticizing it. It seems these days with all of media, it's just like anything else. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but in all of media these days, it feels like you have to pick a side. You have to pick a side. And there are people all over who are picking sides, and they're fighting for your attention. They're fighting for your time. They're fighting for, I don't know, for their side. And they want you on their team. And I'm just so over it. Like I get so tired of it where it's like, I know why it's like this these days. I know why it's just like, it's no different than when we talk about The Last of Us Part 1. I'm not going to talk about it again, but it's no different where it's just, which side are you on? It's like, maybe I don't want to be on a side. Maybe I'll just buy it and play it, or I won't. Maybe She-Hulk, I'll watch it and enjoy it, or I won't watch it, and I don't care. It's like Forspoken. Maybe I'll buy it, maybe I'll enjoy it, maybe I won't. Like, who cares? Like, why is it always such a thing all the time? Like, people are being conditioned to be extremists. And that, I think, is the problem. Like, I don't think Forspoken in it of itself is a problem. Like, I don't. I just think the problem is people who are trying to turn something into something bigger than what it is. You know? And that's not me defending Forspoken. Because, again, like, I think some of the memes are so damn funny. But it's just like everything today is... It's not even that something can be bad anymore. You know what I mean? It's oh, that's not good and that's bad. No, I have to basically do it a complete PowerPoint breakdown as to why this is bad on every level. And it's like, all right. You know, like, I guess if that's really needed. And it just gets kind of like tiresome because it's like, I don't need... It's almost like if you see a pile of shit, right? And like, to you, like, that's just a pile of shit. That's what it is. I'm going to avoid that. I'm not going near that, and you go about your business. But then, like, imagine it's like you see a pile of shit, and I'm not saying Forspoken's a pile of shit, to be clear. This is general analogy here. It's like, imagine you see a pile of shit, but there's like 100 people standing around it, and you're like kind of curious, like, why is everybody standing around this? Like, what was there? What's the hubbub? And you see, like, it's a pile of shit, and then everybody around you is like, let me tell you why this pile of shit's so bad. Like, let me really break it down for you here. Let me go like into each molecule and explain. And it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna go about my day here. You know, I'm just going to go and you guys do that, you know? Cloud Strife says, it's simple. It has nothing to do with the dialogue. It has to do with her being a black woman from New York, and she doesn't sound like a ghetto person. They use words like woke and dialogue to hide. I mean, I guess that's a possibility. I don't know. I didn't really consider that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe there is something to be said. What if she was delivering it in a different way, with the dialogue in a different way? I don't know, man. Like, this is just where I don't need to dissect it, is what I'm saying. Like, all I know is instinctively when I hear that dialogue, I just think that doesn't sound good to me. If you want me to explain why, I could attempt to give my opinion on why I think so, but it doesn't matter because there's going to be 10 people who want to explain in depth to the nth degree why I'm wrong and why it's fine. And it's like, I'd rather just not go down that rabbit hole because I mean, I will say this, and I think that if there's anything that's maybe relevant to take away from this, and maybe the whole reason why we're talking about it, I think it's this. I think Square Enix might want to rethink how they're going to continue marketing this game, only because I do not think they anticipated that this tweet, right, of a 15-second trailer was going to essentially go viral for the wrong reasons. Regardless of your opinion on that, I think we can all agree that they will probably need to reevaluate how they're going to market this game because... I see, Julian, you're saying, you know what? A lot of people thought Miles Morales sounded weird for a black person. It's kind of true. I mean, I don't know, man. I didn't think so. I thought he sounded fine in the game. I mean, dude, that's the thing is like there were moments with not the way Miles was speaking. It was just some of the things he would say. It was cringe, but like I've kind of. This is where I feel like sometimes it's intentional, and I feel like that's the subtlety here. I know I said I wasn't going to dissect it, but I just want to say this. For when I was playing Final Fantasy VII, right? Like some of the dialogue, some of the things that were being said, yeah, it's like cringe and cheesy, but it feels like it's intentional, and it feels like it serves a purpose. Like I can pick up on like, oh, I see what you're going for here. With this dialogue, it doesn't feel like I'm not getting that feeling. I'm getting the feeling that like this is like, yeah, like this is real, right? Like this is serious. We're serious with this. Like this isn't intentional. Like we're like our intention is not for you to make fun of this. And that I feel like is really where this comes from, because it's like, what? Like this is really easy to make fun of though. And I thought that was the point. And it's like, no. And maybe that's how they'll fix it. Maybe they'll lean into that and be like, yeah, we purposely made it this way. Like we want you to make fun of it, you know? And they can kind of, it's almost like those movies that are so bad, they're funny, but like the people who made the movies like were like dead serious. Like, no, this is going to be our movie and it's going to be good. And it's like, dude, are you serious? You know, like, you know, it's insert meme. Are you serious? I kind of feel like that's what it's come down to. All right. So it looks like you guys sorted out the Discord. It seems that that's what happened. So I'm assuming everything's good. New Soul 9, thank you, my friend, for the $20 donation. Really appreciate it. You're saying, MBG, you nail what Phil is doing with Game Pass and buying big companies on the head. I agree with you. Karma is a B. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, for sure, man. Absolutely. What comes around goes around. And I don't think Phil Spencer's egregious. I don't. I just think that Phil Spencer, he found the angle at which he could attack Sony effectively, or attack isn't the right word, compete with Sony effectively. And I do think that that's what they're doing. And when you find that weak point, you're going to exploit it. And I think that's exactly what he's doing, you know, and it is strategic. So I think Sony is now, you know, I wonder if, like, you know, this brings up an interesting question, I think, to kind of go off topic here for a little bit, at least from the Forspoken topic. I almost wonder if Jim Ryan basically mandated that there would be no faces of PlayStation. There would be minimal, like, what's the word I'm looking for? You know how, like, last generation, Shuhei Yoshida, Adam Boyce, Sean Layden, I know there were others, Gio Corsi, I think his name was. There's just a lot of, like, people that were really engaged with the fan base and very much, like, forward facing. And Sony's, Andrew House, Sony seemed so okay with, like, being more, I'm at a loss for words here. It's because I've been talking for so long. My brain can't work the way I want it to. I guess what I'm trying to describe is, if you notice under Jim Ryan, it's almost like Sony goes out of their way to not communicate with the fan base in a direct way. Almost like they're keeping it purely professional and by the books. And I almost wonder if Jim Ryan hated the way Sony handled things previously, because he knew that this could eventually happen. Where you have to admit that Sony taking the shots they did, it is true. What comes around goes around, man. And I think anybody who has been in this position in life, you know it's true. Where if you're willing to dish it out at some point, you have to be prepared to, you know, get it back at some point, because it's coming back around. It may not be soon, but eventually. And I almost wonder if, you know, that's why Jim Ryan's like, we're not, but could you say it's because they're not in the position to do so? Because wasn't Jim Ryan, I swear, wasn't there an interview with him where he was being asked a question back in like 2013, and he was being interviewed in the Europe section of, or the PlayStation Europe, and it was something regarding the Xbox One. And he basically, yeah, he was a part of those teams where he basically laughed. Somebody asked a question about, like, Xbox and the position they're in and competing, and he basically laughed at them. I feel like I've seen that interview, and it was kind of like purposeful, like he's laughing at them, like, yeah, haha, like Xbox competing with us. Almost like you could kind of look. I'm just saying that PlayStation, look, this is the reality for PlayStation. And I don't mean it in a all I'm getting across here is this is just the reality. PlayStation has proven that they will be arrogant. They've had this kind of arrogance that being dismissive. They've just kind of had this arrogance to them, and I feel like it's a double-edged sword for Sony because some people like that and it can work for them where it's like that's the confidence, that's the like I'm not like I don't need to worry about that. Like I'm on my own thing here. But it can work against them, and it has worked against them in the past. Times when it's like that's the question. I have a question right now, and that is if Xbox was still weak right now and they weren't buying publishers and Game Pass was struggling and Xbox was still relevant in the sense that they're still here trying to compete, but they're just not doing well at all, and they're at the bottom still, would Sony still be like, under the leadership they're under today? Would they kind of exploit that? Would they be stomping them? Would they be poking them? Would they be trying to kind of, keep them in that position? I feel like the answer is yes. And I don't know. Maybe this is a bit of a maybe it's good. Maybe Sony needs to eat a little bit more humble pie a little bit. Because I feel like that arrogance has rubbed off onto some of the fan base, including myself at times. And I know that maybe some people don't want to hear that, but I feel like it's true. Come on. Like, I feel like it's where sometimes like we would go in harder than we should, and it's like you're kind of crossing that line a little bit. But then again, maybe that's just how it goes. It's like I said, it's the seesaw effect, I guess. But I think it's good to kind of reflect on that a little bit because we maybe know like what not to do next time. Like when it's hard. I think it's hard sometimes for humans. I think it's a human thing. I do. I think just the same way that Xbox got cocky. It's really fascinating actually when you think about it. You look at Microsoft with the beginning of the Xbox One, and they did themselves in, but Sony had a choice where they could have just like, they could have been like, oh well, that sucks for them, we're gonna do our own thing, or they could kind of like go over and kick a mother down. I hate to laugh, but I'm only laughing because it's like when you look back, it was like so clear how it's like they didn't just kick them like once, but Xbox did the same thing though during the 360 era. Like Sony was down, and anytime Microsoft could like get a kick or two in while they're down to keep them there, they would do it. And I feel like we are at that point officially where neither of them are down. Sony can't kick Microsoft because Microsoft isn't down, and Sony isn't down, and Microsoft can't necessarily kick them either. And I just feel like it's we're at this point where we're waiting, like who's gonna edge out here, like who's really gonna kind of be the dominant one once again. I also feel like the shortage and the pandemic has helped Microsoft because it's stopped. Guys, come on. We saw the momentum that the PS5 had, right? We saw that the momentum that the PS5 had. It still has momentum, but I'm just saying, like, dude, the hype was. I've never seen hype for a console like that in my life. I've never like if Sony had 30 million units to sell in 1 year, they would have sold 30 million units in 1 year. I'm telling you, they would have done it. But I think that the shortage, because Sony, their hands were tied, I think it helped kill the momentum. And because Microsoft positioned themselves, we're like, we don't need the console. We don't need the console right now. Oh my God. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. Anyway, getting back to what I was saying. I'm sorry, I seem so distracted. I feel like this has kind of evened the playing field, is what I'm trying to say. And, you know, I think that not only could the people who are running these companies, I think, benefit from being humble, you know, and being modest, but I think the fan base too, like, you know, I think PlayStation fans are very proud. I think a lot of the PlayStation fan base feels very proud. You know, that you feel proud about the success that PlayStation's games have found, single player games. PlayStation has a lot of talent, and I think like we all kind of feel proud of that. But I think it becomes too easy sometimes, where it's like that pride can very easily turn into arrogance. And I'm saying, like, I've that's happened to me many times in my life. In fact, that's like my Achilles heel, and I always get it back. I'm serious. Like, I always get it back. Anytime in my life where I've ever had that, you know, my pride then shifts into arrogance, I immediately am humbled. And it's like something that continues to happen, and you work through, and you learn. You know, you learn. And sometimes you have to learn the hard way. And I just think that whether it's Microsoft who ends up coming out on top in the end, or Sony, I think that whoever ends up kind of, you know what, I'm going to say this. I don't want anybody to be on top. I don't want to see Microsoft on top. I don't want to see Sony on top. I don't want to see Nintendo on top. I don't want to see a clear winner, because to me, that's like, we've seen what happens. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen what happens every time when there's a clear winner. And I want to see a tight race through and through. I want to see a tight race from start to finish. And obviously, you know, I would prefer to see Sony win in the end, you know, and get the gold medal, I guess you could say. But I want to see a fire under their ass is what I'm saying. I want to see a fire under their ass. All right. Keep them honest. Keep the competition. Yeah, I don't know how we went from talking about Forspoken to this. I don't know. Maybe because this, in a way, this is like, I don't know. Maybe this is part of it, where it's like, you know, if you think about it, Sony was really kind of the one to usher in that type of very vocal protagonist that's always talking, and it just seems like, I don't know, maybe Square Enix was like, we can do that too, and it's like, I don't know, it's just like not looking, I don't know. When it comes to Forspoken, and I'm going to end this topic so I can make sure I get to my final topic, because I want to make sure I get through all of my topics today. When it comes to Forspoken, the final thing I can say, is I don't think the dialogue is like unforgivably atrocious. Like, it's not like I'm literally offended by this dialogue. That's how bad it is. It's not that bad, but it's pretty not great. And it makes me feel very not excited to hear more of it. That's the best way I can describe it. But I do like a lot of what I'm seeing of Forspoken. And I really do mean when I say that, man, just looking at the gameplay and looking at the world and some of the boss battles and the combat, the way you traverse the land, I like it. I really like what I'm seeing of the game, but I am very trepidatious about the story, the dialogue, and the writing and how it's going to go. And I'm going to try to remain optimistic that when I pick the game up and when I play it, that I'm not like, I mean, I don't know how long the game's going to be. It's like a JRPG. So like, I mean, I'll say when I'm like 20 hours into it, I really hope I'm not like sitting there, like rubbing my temples and being like, this was a mistake, you know? Or I guess, you know what, that's a bit dramatic. What I mean to say is I hope that if the gameplay is really good and I'm like really enjoying the game, that the story doesn't bring it down, that the dialogue doesn't make me feel like, this is really holding this game back in a big way. That's what I hope. But we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be fascinating, I think, to watch the rollout of Forspoken and see how, see if they change anything or how people respond to it. Because I also just want to say real quick, there were some trailers with dialogue that weren't that bad. Like, there were maybe a few lines here and there, but it just seems like the fact that this was so out of context, and it just seemed like kind of and I'm talking to a freaking cuff while like she's battling a dragon in the background. It just feels like they didn't blend very well, where it's like, what, why are you putting this dialogue here right now? All right, let me see. But thank you for that, New Soul 9. Sir Speaks a Lot, you're saying we're currently trying to figure out stuff like chimps in the Discord, like trying to crack a nut with a feather. Funniest shit I've seen all day. Okay, yeah, dude, I'm obviously not following what's going on right now. I can't. That's too much for me at one time. I hope you guys have it under control. So that's all I can say, Sir Speaks a Lot. I'm glad you're enjoying the ride, though. New Soul 9 again, thank you, man, for the 10. You're saying MBG, but don't forget, you guys can have all these games. You're just going to let Game Pass in PlayStation, and Microsoft will get new subscribers, or talk to Jim to push his ego aside. Dude, you know what? Yeah, I forgot to mention that, and I will mention that now real quick. Is Game Pass going to go to PlayStation? Is that what Phil Spencer wants? It is. Oh, yeah, dude. You better believe, dude. Phil Spencer, if he could have one wish, well, for gaming, I think, like one selfish wish, because Phil Spencer seems like a nice guy. I feel like if Phil Spencer had one wish, he'd probably wish for like world peace or something like that, which is good. I think it's good. But if he had like one selfish wish for the Xbox brand specifically, I think his wish would be, I want Game Pass on PlayStation. Yo, I want to say too, I think Phil Spencer, I'm telling you, man, I found out he was a Tool fan one day. He's a big Tool fan. I remember he like actually publicly tweeted, the new, like, congratulating Tool on their album in 2019. I'm like, wow, that's cool. Like I didn't I didn't know that. But Tool's one of my favorite bands. I feel like there was something else about Phil Spencer that I learned about that I thought was pretty cool. I forgot what it was. It was something, though. I guess it must not have been that important. But anyway, the point I'm trying to get at, because as you can tell, I'm sure people can sense the shift in me when I hit like the 3.5 and 4 hour mark of doing this podcast solo. You can tell that like I'm just not in the same state that I was 2 hours ago. But I think that if he could have one wish, it would be to get Game Pass on the PlayStation. And he's kind of made that clear, I think, in the past. And I feel like that's just crazy, because if you think about it, you want to talk about a weapon that can be used against PlayStation in a way where it's like, we will take your games away, but it's not me that's taking them away. Phil Spencer can turn around and say, it's not me that's stopping you from playing Bethesda games. Talk to Jim about that. And that puts Sony in such an awkward position where it's like, well, we can't put Game Pass on the PlayStation. That's just not going to work for us. There's many reasons why Sony can't do that, but Sony effectively has to turn to the gamer, the PlayStation gamer, and say, sorry guys, we have our own service, PlayStation Plus, and we're in competition. So it's fascinating. It's an interesting angle. That's the angle that they have right now. All right. So thank you for that, New Soul 9. Darkland 22, you're saying people hating on PlayStation don't have or can't find a PS5. I never thought about that. That's an interesting angle as well. Is it possible that people are salty because of that and they're taking their frustrations out? Like maybe it's become kind of like cool to hate PlayStation a little bit. I don't know. Well, I think I don't know. Maybe there is some truth to that, man, because I feel like Sony still did make some mistakes with the PS4, but the PS4 never had this issue. I'm not saying it's a likely reason. But I guess I'm just trying to say that, like, I think it adds to like the overall sense of like preemptive frustration, where I'm telling you, if every person who really wanted a PS5 right now could just have one, like they have the money for it, they could buy it, but they just don't want to be bothered. Like if they can't walk into a store and just walk out with one, if they can't just order one right now, like that from Amazon or something, if every person could get one at the time that they wanted it and there was no shortage, I do feel like it would help a little bit. Not a ton, but at least a little bit. Because if you think about it, like that's just more people who have a PS5. And to be fair, more people who invest in a PS5, those people are more likely to not be upset with PlayStation because they just made a $500 investment and they want to believe that it was a good investment and that they're going to have, you know, like they want to cheer on, like, yeah, PlayStation, let's go. I'm part of it now. Let's go, baby, you know? Games, great games. So, I don't know. New Soul 9 again. Thank you, buddy. You're saying you guys ask for competition. Are you happy now? You should have stayed quiet because look what's going on now. That's funny. Hey man, we did ask. I did ask for competition, and I am kind of happy. I am. Do I think PlayStation would have so aggressively purchased Bluepoint? Do I think PlayStation would have so aggressively purchased Housemarque and Haven and Deviation Games and try to pursue some of these deals so aggressively? No, I don't. I don't think they would have done that. So to a point, I am happy. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, MBG, did you talk about why they delayed Hogwarts Legacy? God of War has like this huge radius of personal space. I don't know. I don't know if Hogwarts Legacy was impacted by God of War. They may have been, but yeah, I don't know. I believe it or not, I could see Hogwarts Legacy being one of those games that's like, you know, they're two AAA single player games. They do share some similarities. They're single player, they're action adventure, you know. So I kind of I could see maybe Hogwarts Legacy was, but also I do believe they probably need more time too. You know, I believe that as well. So maybe it's just one of those things that it just made sense. It's better for the game, and it can have more breathing room, and it'll have more time to be polished. All right, so I said I was going to talk about like my experience with God of War, but I'm going to have to put that on the back burner because what I do want to talk about there are two things I really want to discuss before the end of this podcast. I want to talk about Gamescom, Hideo Kojima. I think how he's getting ready to show off a new trailer. Actually, he is making a new trailer, and I think it's going to be at Gamescom. But I also want to talk about something fascinating regarding Spider-Man. So I'm going to talk about Spider-Man first real quick because it's not going to be a long conversation, but just something I definitely want to mention to you guys. And let me see here. We got New Soul 9 again. I really appreciate the super chats, man. Very, very generous of you. Sorry. You're saying, for the people that say, why would you need Game Pass on PlayStation? Because you won't have access to their games in any other way unless you subscribe to Game Pass, or buy an Xbox. And yeah, that's true. Like, again, this is why it's like, I don't know that PlayStation fans would be upset at the idea of Game Pass being on PlayStation, because that just means you have access to more games, but that would effectively neuter Sony entirely with their own service. Like you see what I'm saying? Sony has their own service that they have to now with PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium. However, it is worth noting, I want to say real quick, Jim Ryan did say that to Sony, the future does not lie in subscription services like Game Pass. The future lies in live service games. If that's true, Sony in the long run may end up being more open. Like if Sony finds a tremendous amount of success with live service like they believe, they actually one day might be open to, as crazy as it sounds, bringing Game Pass on the PlayStation. Just food for thought. Because if Jim Ryan really believes that, like, you're not going to have to pivot. But right now, it's too early to tell. Sony can't allow something like Game Pass on the PlayStation because that could be their undoing. Like, that could kill PlayStation to a degree. At least in that one area. So if in the future it turns out Sony's wrong and it's like, actually, the future are subscription services like Game Pass, Sony's going to have to be on board with that. But if they allow Game Pass on the PlayStation, they just effectively killed any chance they would have had to compete. It's a potential Trojan horse, but only if that really is the future. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. I want to talk about Spider-Man on PC for a moment because there's some to me, this is fascinating. So check this out. Apparently, I want to ask you guys this question. I really wish I would have brought a damn snack in here with me. I'm not hungry, but like, dude, when you talk this long, when you talk for 4 hours straight, like my stomach's empty and all this air is getting trapped in it and it fucking hurts, dude. And I can't do anything about it. Like I have to try to either eat more before I do these long podcasts or bring a snack with me because it's not a big deal. Like it's, I'm almost finished, so there's really no point now. But I really like when I'm doing these marathon podcasts, I have to remember that. Anyway, Magnum Visuals, you're saying, remember when Naughty Dog said they are inspired by Fortnite? Imagine if they have celebrity models in the Last of Us multiplayer game and it can go on forever. Dude, that would be... I'm going to be honest. I would love to see that. I would love to see that just because that would be so entertaining. Like, I want to see Nicolas Cage... not even just as a skin. I want to see them bring Nicolas Cage in to be a character that in the world of The Last of Us, where he gives out missions. He has like his own group, his own settlement. I want to see that. Make that happen, Naughty Dog. Anyway, but yeah, that would be fun. Magnum Visuals, I appreciate that. I want to ask you guys a question regarding Spider-Man on PC. When it comes to peak concurrent players, the day Spider-Man launches onto PC, what do you think Sony's expectations were? Now, I'm going to give you some context. God of War set a peak concurrent player record of, and this was the day it launched, I think, or the day after it launched, of 73.5K. So 73,500 peak concurrent players for God of War on PC. So if that's what God of War did, and let me see here, we have Horizon Zero Dawn peaked at 56,000 players, and Days Gone peaked at 27,000 players. How many players would you think, minimum, that Spider-Man would have? I see Swizz242 saying 80K. Okay. Victorious says more than 65K. Game Pass says 50K. Victorious says 100K. Kari 100K. Zef0 90K. Hector says 120K. So, all right, let me ask this question now. Are we in agreement that Spider-Man should absolutely have a higher peak concurrent player count than God of War? Are we in agreement with that? Because that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right now. I see a few people saying no. Really? We're talking about Spider-Man here, man. Spider-Man, man. So I was genuinely surprised. I'm not kidding here. I was genuinely surprised to discover that Spider-Man did not eclipse. It did not eclipse God of War. Spider-Man peaked on launch day at around 64K. Now, I don't know if it's went up since then, but I also have a question, and I would... So you're saying, EBG, don't forget it was on Epic Game Store as well. Yeah, I think we're just focusing on the Steam numbers, though. But I wanted to ask you guys, was Spider-Man, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it $10 more than God of War? Like, I think God of War was $50 and Spider-Man is $60, or am I incorrect with that? You guys are saying yes. But here's the thing though, like even with that $10 more, like this is crazy to me. This is crazy. Like, I don't know what Sony's internal expectations are, but that's crazy. Like, this is a game that sold like over 20 million units on PlayStation and moved, undoubtedly, this sold millions, tens of millions probably, right, of PlayStation 4 consoles. How are they seeing numbers like this? I know it's an older game, but I don't know, dude. I have no way of determining if this is meeting Sony's expectations, but that does not sound very impressive to me. I'm shocked. Dude, I'm shocked. Like that it couldn't surpass God of War. It's Spider-Man. PC has such a bigger install base. So I guess I'm just pointing this out because I'm seriously beginning to wonder if Sony's we'll know by next fiscal year, because for those who don't remember, Sony said that they anticipate for this fiscal year to make $300 million from PC. That's way more than, that's way more than what you would think and what they made previously. And I just get this feeling that it's not going to work out for them the way that they thought. I could be wrong. Again, like, I don't know, but I'm just, it just makes me wonder if Sony may, I don't think they're going to reconsider it, but the question I'm trying to ask, and I apologize, I'm beating around the bush here. The question I'm trying to ask is Sony's PC endeavor working out for them the way that they thought it would? Because I'm going to go out on a limb and say that if you told Jim Ryan that, hey man, God of War is going to peak at 73K concurrent players, Spider-Man ain't going to pass that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he would be like, no, it definitely will. It's Spider-Man. It's like our best-selling game. I don't know, man. I'm just wondering. Like, I'm just wondering if this is a worthwhile thing for Sony to do, because I would have expected bigger numbers. I really would have. Now, I think Miles Morales will be fascinating to watch, because Miles Morales is coming out, I think, this holiday. So not only is it the holiday, Miles Morales is newer. Miles Morales will be about 2 years old by the time it comes out, compared to Spider-Man being, like 4 years old. So, I don't know, dude. I'm just. I mean, yeah, you do have to take the price into consideration. Like, should they have made it $40? But it's just so strange to me. I'm genuinely curious. I wish I could know what Sony is thinking right now about that, because I see Sony saying, MVG, your podcasts are way too long, man. Why not do 2.5 hour podcasts a week instead of a 4 hour podcast? Mainly because once I get on a roll, I can't stop. if I were to do 2 podcasts a week, they'd both probably be like 3.5, 4 hours long. And I would die. Clearly, I would just die. Like, I couldn't do that. So I consolidated it all here. You know, it is what it is, man. But, you know, you do have to wonder how many people are. I doubt many people are pirating Spider-Man. I'm sure some are, but I'll tell you this. It must not be that many people pirating Spider-Man, because if they were, like, if a lot of people were, Sony would obviously stop releasing their games. Saying MBG, plenty of pirates. I see tens of thousands. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true. Then I guess Sony's just like, well, whatever. We'll eat it. You know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not like necessarily against like PC per se, but I just. Saying, yeah, man, pirates are killing it. Well, I will tell you this: if that's true, like if Sony sees the data and they're like, people are not buying this like in the way we thought they would, and it's being stolen. You know, I could see Sony maybe deciding to pull back and be like, you know what, maybe I don't know, man. It's hard to determine. But all I can simply say is that I certainly would have expected Spider-Man to eclipse God of War, and I'm shocked it didn't. Like, I almost wonder if this was a failure for Sony, because I already thought that 73K sounded kind of soft for a game like God of War, but I also thought, well, it is God of War, and there also maybe what this reveals, another angle, maybe this reveals that Sony's original tactic was working. You know, like maybe the reason why these numbers are so soft is because people who wanted to play these games bought PlayStations to play them. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe that's why it's like, dude, when Spider-Man came out, you know, all those people bought PlayStations. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm very curious whenever Sony does their next earnings call, specifically the one next year in March, or what, I don't know if it'll be March, but maybe like May. It's a while from now, but I'm going to be interested to see if they meet their goal, if they meet their, if they hit their target. But that's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. You're saying MBG, no, they didn't. PC players did not move to console. Well, I'm not saying all PC players. I'm just saying, like, I have to imagine that if there were quite a few people when Spider-Man launched in 2018 that probably played mainly on PC, maybe they didn't have a PlayStation, but they're like, damn, I gotta play, I gotta play this game, so I'm gonna go buy a PlayStation to do it. I don't know. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of bring that to your attention. The next topic, and this is the final topic, Jeff Keighley hyping up Gamescom. So, Jeff Keighley is just coming off another successful Summer Game Fest and is likely already beginning to gear up for the Game Awards, but before that, he'll be hosting opening night live at Gamescom 2022. Keighley has set some expectations for players for the upcoming event while speaking during a Twitter Space session. Transcribed by VGC, Jeff Keighley said more than 20 games will be on stage. It's going to be a big spectacle. We have some very cool guests that are coming to Germany to join us on stage, as well as reveal their games and showcase new content. Some of the announcements Keighley noted are games that weren't ready for Summer Game Fest, but are ready to go for Gamescom. Jesus, sorry, I really was almost just said that word in a really weird way. You can tell I can't even read at this point. Altogether, though, it sounds like it'll be a jam-packed showcase, and most of it is likely coming sometime in 2023 or beyond, with 2022 being overall light on releases, at least so far. We've got some good stuff, Keighley said. We haven't really announced the lineup of companies that will be there, but I think we've got some cool surprises and things that I think people wouldn't expect to be there. There are lots of games. We're going to have 2 hours of content to show you, gameplay clips, trailers, and announcements. I think people will be hyped, and I'm very excited for fans to see stuff and be in the room. Okay, so obviously, Jeff Keighley, we are going to have to just be skeptical. We are. I will say the most interesting thing he said here that I would pay some attention to is how he highlighted that there were some games that were trying to be ready for Summer Game Fest but weren't. And so those games that weren't ready are going to be here. Now, here's something else that's worth noting. There's two things. One, Hideo Kojima just finished editing a new trailer. Yes, that's right. He's not hiding it. It's on his Twitter. He made a new trailer. For what? No one knows. No one knows. Second thing you want to pay attention to, Sony will not be at Gamescom. So this is an interesting predicament. I've seen some people speculating that he could be making his trailer for the Xbox game. Undoubtedly, Xbox is going to be at Gamescom. I think that's a real possibility. I do. I think that we could see the first proper trailer for the Xbox game that he's making, and I'd be excited for that. Whatever it is, well, first of all, we don't know for sure that Kojima is going to be at Gamescom, but we're assuming he is because he's good friends with Jeff Keighley and he's making a new trailer. So whatever he ends up showing, whether it's for Xbox or something completely different, I'm excited to see it for sure. But some people are thinking that he's making a new trailer for an upcoming PlayStation showcase. Yeah, I mean, it seemed, I feel like if that were true, that would mean Sony would be having to do their showcase in August, and I don't expect that. But something that somebody said that I thought, that's an interesting angle, is they were saying it's actually going to be for Metal Gear Solid, because don't forget, guys, there were credible reports, and these were like, this was actually kind of discovered through a job listing as well, that apparently there is a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake in development. And the reports claimed that Kojima is actually consulting on it. So if this is true, and the only way Kojima could consult on a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, it means that they would have had to make some type of an amends with Konami. I mean, maybe that's maybe they're like, you can edit the trailer, man. Virtuous Games, yeah, they're the ones making the remake. Maybe they're like, dude, Kojima, come on, man, edit our trailer for this. That would be really sick. That would be really sick. I'm not expecting that. I'm not anticipating that, but that would be sick. Obviously, there's still some people speculating, oh, it's finally Silent Hill. I don't think so, guys. I think that the dream is dead. I would love it to not be, but I think it is. He said, Hanzo, you're saying, nah, bro, he's editing the abandoned trailer. Yeah, dude. Yeah, what happened to Blue Box Game Studios? They're just gone now. So I don't know. Oh man. I would just love something like that to happen. Just something, I don't care what it is, just anything. It would just be so funny at this point. Appearing offline says, MBG, don't start. I'm not. Dude, I'm too tired, man. I'm too tired. I'm too hungry. I don't have it in me. But when you talk about Jeff Keighley, you talk about Kojima. I did see that Guillermo del Toro, he apparently tweeted out, fuck Konami again. So I think it's safe to say that he's not working on anything with Konami. But yeah, I'm interested to see what Gamescom is going to deliver. To be honest, guys, it's been so dry. There's been so little happening that, I'm going to be honest, I can't help but feel a little bit of excitement for Gamescom just because it gives me something to stream and an excuse to hang out with you guys and we can watch it together. And maybe there will just be one announcement at the very least. It is disappointing that Sony won't be there, but I think Sony not being there is clear that it's pretty clear that they're going to have their own thing, I think. So, because that's the thing, is you would think with The Last of Us coming up and God of War, Gamescom would be a good opportunity for Sony to maybe release a new trailer. And the fact that they're just like, no, we're not showing up at all. I think that tells you that maybe it's because Sony has their own stuff planned. We won't know for sure until it happens, but I don't know. I don't know. But you know what I do know, guys? That is the end of this podcast. I'm tapped out. But this was a good podcast. I really enjoyed your company. I really enjoyed all of these discussions we had. As always, I have to extend a very big thank you to everybody who tuned in, everybody who hit the like button, but certainly a big thank you to everybody who donated a super chat, to all of my channel members. As I continue to say, I simply could not do what I do here without you. And so I'm forever grateful. And your support, just know that anybody who is donating a super chat, anybody who is a channel member, you guys are literally powering the channel and fueling the content so other people can watch and enjoy, and you as well. So, all right, guys, that does it. That's episode 121 in the books. I think we had some pretty good discussions, some pretty good conversations, some pretty decent topics to talk about. So, we'll go into next week and we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated with all the news and anything that may be going on. And yeah, so we'll be back here as always, same time, same place, episode 122, and we'll see what we have to discuss. So on your way out, just be sure to hit that like button for me. We could probably get to 600 likes if everybody contributes. And also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps, usually within the first 24 hours of the podcast being up for everybody to watch. So thank you for doing that, Devil Shooter. I, as well as the entire community, greatly appreciate it. But I'm signing off, guys. Until next time, take care.